Hello, please take your seats. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to join us today. My name is Xu Huaqing, the Director General of the National Center for Climate Change Strategy and International Cooperation of China. I'm your moderator for the opening session, and this event is joint hosted by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, Climate Works Foundation, and the NCSC. To address the global challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and air pollution, the circular economics is emerging as a new development model, showcasing huge potential. Today, we have the great honor to invite distinguished guests and world leaders from the global climate and environment governance sphere to deliver into the important role of the circular economy, to explore its capacity to significant mitigate carbon emissions and to build climate resilience. Without further ado, I'm honored to introduce you our distinguished opening guests today and give floors to their insightful remarks. First, let me warm welcome Mr. Liu Zhengming, Senior Advisor to the Chinese COP delegations, to deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Liu served as the UN's Under Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs until 2022 and played an important role And now, Mr. Liu, it's your place.
Your Honorable USG Lee of UN DESA, my successor, and Your Honorable Mr. Jody Master Philip, Executive Secretary of for the Intergovernmental Negotiation for Plastic Pollution. Distinguished guests and colleagues, good morning. It's really a great pleasure for me to coming back to the SDG Pavilion of UN DESA and to meet so many friends. Circular economy has been one of my favorite topics for years. You know, during my service at the USG for DESA, I think I organized one of the important events in UN history that be joint thematic debate on circular economy between the Economic Social Council and the Second Committee UN General Assembly in 2018. So that I think for the UN history, for the first time in UN history, we mobilized a kind of intergovernmental debate on the topic. Today, it is really a great pleasure for me to join you at the event on circular economy, a path to climate solutions and sustainable development at the SDG Pavilion of the UN. On behalf of the Chinese delegation to the COP28, let me extend my warm congratulations to the organizers for convening this event. Dear colleagues, since the formulation of the concept of sustainable development at the Rio Conference in 1992 and adoption of the UNFCCC, the positive role of circular economy in mitigation and adaptation to climate change has become a general consensus. To the awareness of our human beings, the inefficient utilization of energy and other resources and artificial waste have led to a high total demand for resources for human development, which in turn have resulted in great damage to the natural environment from resource exploitation and waste emissions. More importantly, the circular economy is about improving socio-economic efficiency, especially the efficiency of energy and other material resource utilization through conceptual, technological, and management innovation, so as to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, minimize natural ecological damage, strengthen the climate resilience of nature and society, and contribute to a just and a green global transition. Dear colleagues, the Chinese government has adopted the idea of circular economy in its economic and social planning since the 1990s. As a resolute actor of advancing sustainable development, the circular economy has been an important model for the comprehensive green transition of the economy and society in China, thus becoming an important vehicle for achieving the goals of carbon peak and carbon neutrality in China, since the two objectives were announced by President Xi in 2020. Over the past decade, China has amended the circular economy promotion law and formulated the 3 national-level circular economy plans. The output value, the output rate of major resources has increased by 58%, and the output value of the resource recycling industry has exceeded 3 trillion yuan RMB, driving the employment of more than 30 million people. Over the past decade, the development of the circular economy has provided strong support for carbon emission reduction, with the recycling of resources reducing about 6 billion tons carbon dioxide emissions, the comprehensive utilization of a bulk solid waste reducing about another 6 billion tons, and the biomass waste power generations reducing about 645 million tons emissions. In 2021 alone, China's circular economy reduced about 2.7 billion tons carbon dioxide emissions. Over the past decade, the concept of a circular economy has been deeply rooted in Chinese people's minds. In 2021, the scale of China's sharing economy market is about 3.7 trillion yuan RMB. Prioritizing conservation, reducing waste, and green and low carbon recycling has become a fashionable way of life for the Chinese people. Distinguished colleagues, the circular economy is about much more than just tackling climate change. By fundamentally improving the efficiency of the Earth's resources, resource use, and addressing the overconsumption of material resources, the circular economy presents universal solutions to some of the world's most pressing cross-cutting sustainable development challenges. Holding particular promises for achieving multiple SDGs of the 2030 Agenda, including Goal 7 on energy, Goal 9, 11, and 12 on industry and infrastructure, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, respectively. On Goal 13, 14, and 15 on climate action, life below water, and life on land, respectively. And of course, Goals 3 and 8 on good health and well-being, and on decent work and economic growth. Dear colleagues, China will continue to collectively develop a circular economy and continue to contribute to the global response to multiple challenges of climate change. biodiversity loss, and plastic pollution. China calls on all countries to integrate the concept of circular economy into their development plans and national agendas in accordance with their national circumstances and level of development, so that the circular economy will not only be a booster for the effective implementation of the climate action, but also for the realization of their own national and even global SDGs. China is willing to strengthen exchanges and cooperation with all countries in the area of circular economy so as to continuously inject new vitality and vigor into global climate governance and sustainable development. Distinguished participants, as you know, in the Sunny Land statement on enhancing cooperation to address the climate crisis, China and the United States agreed to cooperate on circular economy and resource efficiency. The two sides that has also agreed to end plastic pollution through the support of formulation of an internationally legally binding instrument, which is now under negotiation. We shall work with our U.S. colleagues on a follow-up on our joint commitments in the Sunny Lands statement. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. And Minister Liu also played a very important role in shaping the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. Thank you again. Next, we welcome Mr. Li Junhua, UN Under Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. Mr. Li has been active on the international diplomatic stage for almost 40 years, and currently oversees the UN support for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and various intergovernmental process. Mr. Liu, you have the floor.
Well, good morning, dear colleagues and dear friends. It's so delighted to see the former USG, Mr. Liu, my former boss, to revisit the SDG Pavilion. So it is a great honor to say a few words after him to share the sort of the perspectives from the UN DESA now. Distinguished participants, dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure to join all of you to discuss the very, very important topic, that's the circular economy. As we know, the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement laid the global foundation for harmonizing climate action and sustainable development. However, the recent SDG Summit held last September revealed that only 15% of the SDG targets are currently on track, while the greenhouse gas emission continued their upward trajectory, intensifying the climate crisis. Between 2000 and 2019, the global domestic material consumption increased by 66%, tripling since the 1970s to reach 95.1 million metric tons. The current consumption pattern not only depletes our natural resources, but it also fuels the triple planetary crisis that entangles us. First, climate change. Second, biodiversity loss. Last but not least, the pollution. The urgency of mission in COP28 is totally clear, crystal clear. We must correct the course. We must transition to an economic system that places sustainability at its core. We must also advance the gender equality, protect the most vulnerable, strengthen science, technology, and innovation, and double down on the digital solutions. We must scale up the finance and investment for sustainable development like never before. Well, dear colleagues, dear friends, the circular economy provides a clear path to climate solution and sustainable development. Within the 2030 agenda, particularly SDG 12 on responsible consumption and production, lies a transformative roadmap. However, achieving this critical goal requires resolute political commitment across all levels. COP28 is a pivotal moment at which we can build momentum to convert aspiration to reality. Multi-stakeholder partnerships are also pivotal in scaling up action and investment. Initiatives like the Energy Compacts, launched alongside the SDG Summit, facilitate funding commitments surpassing $1.3 trillion towards the energy access and transition, underscoring the power of partnerships. At the same time, we must leverage the synergies between addressing climate challenges and achieving SDGs. The upcoming high-level political forum on sustainable development, which will be held in coming July, will review the progress on SDG 13 on climate action, as well as the 5th Climate and SDG Synergies Conference in 2024, to be co-convened by UN DESA and the UNFCCC Secretariat, will also present a unique chance to grow these synergies. Forthcoming global intergovernmental milestones, such as the 4th Seas Conference, the global stocktaking of the SDG 7 implementation, the UN Forum on Forests, and the UN Ocean Conference in 2025, must help the ready political commitment and ignited actions. Well, dear colleagues, dear friends, we must rise to the challenges together. The United Nations stands ready to its commitment to support and facilitate the transformative journey. I thank you.
And thank Ms. Lee. And joining us next is Ms. Jody Madua-Philippou, Executive Secretary of the Secretariat of the Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee on Plastic Pollution. Ms. Madua-Philippou is a world-leading environment governance expert in sustainable development, environment policy, and climate finance. Most recently, under the capacity, we have seen the powerful convening of the session of INC to advise negotiation on international legal binding instrument on plastic pollution. My dear, welcome.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to be here. It is a pleasure to be here amongst such esteemed colleagues and dignitaries, and I am humbled to stand before you and to give you a little bit of a background on why I am here. So just last year, the UN Environment Assembly did a resolution called 514 to tackle plastic pollution. And what they did was they requested the executive director of the UN Environment Program to start negotiations on a legally binding instrument for plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. This is really historic. We have such a big plastic pollution problem. What was it? I think 65% of all pollution all plastic that is produced ends up in our territories, in our oceans, in our ecosystems. It harms the ecosystems, it harms the species. I come from leading the work on the global biodiversity framework at the Convention on Biological Diversity, where China is the president right now. And it really, we have a target there called Target 7, which is plastic pollution, pollution. And as we keep saying, there are the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, of which plastic is a very important thing, must be looked at now for the world and the SDGs, and for us to get to a better life, a transformative life. Just to give you some figures, circular economy, the central critical point of the UNEA resolution was to look at circularity, because right now we have a resource inefficient, single-use, make waste economy. We must move away from that if we have to tackle the plastic pollution problem. And therefore, if we do move to, if we shift to circular economy, there will be a 20 in plastics, just in plastics. I'm not talking globally for the whole economy. There will be a 25% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. We will reduce by over 80% the volume of plastics entering our oceans. We will save governments about $70 billion for reduced volume of plastic waste, $70 billion. We will create savings of more than $4.5 trillion. So it just makes sense that we must go into circularity where plastics is concerned. So how do we do this? The Secretariat, ahead of the first meeting of the Intergovernmental Committee, first session in Uruguay last year, published a document on plastic science. And there we said that we must reduce the size of the problem by eliminating and substituting problematic and unnecessary plastic items, including the hazardous additives that go into the plastics. We also said, and this includes reuse systems, repair systems, refill systems. There's a whole lot of things that we can do that can shift the economy to circularity and reduce our dependence on the short-lived and single-use plastic. I mean, we go to supermarkets, we buy a plastic bottle for detergent. We think plastic bottle is only water, but we also buy it for soap, for detergent, for dishwashing liquid, all of that. It is short-lived. As soon as we're done with it, we throw it in the garbage, and we don't know what to do with that garbage then. And so we have to start looking at how we design products. So that's our second point. We have to ensure that plastic products are designed to be circular. So, and there have to be systems in place that allow those products to continue to live and be circular. We also have to see that we also need to know that we cannot just reuse and recycle our way out of this problem. We have to change our behavior and how we use all of this. I'm very pleased to see here, and I think the COPs, UNFCCC COPs, have done it for a long time. We have water bottles, and we have water stands. So at least we're reducing a lot of short-lived and single-use plastic here. So this is what our INC is looking at. We have just finished the third session of the INC, and our chair, our newly elected chair, Luis from Ecuador, is here with us today. And we are right in the middle of the negotiations. We have a zero draft that was prepared by our chair, which went through a comprehensive review at the session in Nairobi. We now have a revised draft, which will be the basis for text-based negotiations in Ottawa, which is the fourth session of the INC. It will take place in April next year. And there we must deliver because we have a very, very tight timeline. We have a timeline to finish and complete our negotiations by end of next year. So we have just we just have 2 more INCs left. So Ottawa must deliver because our final meeting will be in Busan in the Republic of Korea, where we have to complete our agreement. And then in 2025, we have a diplomatic conference of plenipotentiaries where the agreement will be signed and then opened for adoption in New York as normal treaties happen. So I hope that all of you will be part of our process, that you will come and help us. And please do, we invite you to come to Ottawa, we invite you to come to Busan to help us, stakeholders, governments, everybody, everybody is needed to be part of this solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jody, for your insights. And now we would like to warm welcome Mr. Luis Villas, Ambassador for Ecuador to the UK, and has another important role is the chair of the INC negotiation on plastic pollution. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Well, good morning to all, and thank you very much for inviting me to the podium. For me, it's an honor to be with you. And I would like to reiterate and emphasize some things that our Executive Secretary has already mentioned. Circular economy is a quite important chapter in our negotiations, among others, but it's quite important. We have heard, and you have mentioned already this morning too, how important it is also to tackle and to work with waste management. But at the same time, it's quite important to work and tackle and negotiate the whole life cycle of plastics. That's what we are doing. We have done it already with 3 rounds of negotiations, as it was mentioned. We have the next one in Ottawa. And it's important that in this negotiation, we start negotiating, even though we have been negotiating already, but negotiating with text, negotiating with the document, the revised draft that is being prepared, is being consolidated, and it will be the end of this year already published, so delegations could start looking at and working with it. We had a good negotiations in Nairobi. We had a very good environment in our deliberations, in our debates, and in the contact groups. And we need to keep that spirit. We didn't get a formal intersessional mandate to work or a working plan, but it's important also that this intersessional period, we need to work together. We need to arrange meetings among us to also deliver in Canada. That's very important. It's also very important, even though, and we know and we have it clear, that this is a member-driven negotiation. It's our countries, our member states that are negotiating, but it's also very important to listen to scientists, to listen also to academia, to listen to organizations, and to work with that, to work with private sector, to work with different stakeholders in this process. They have a lot of contributions. They have already contributed in this process, and we need to keep listening to them. Again, it's a member-driven negotiation, but we need to listen also to the scientific community and to listen to different stakeholders in our negotiations. Thank you very much again. It has been a pleasure for me to be here. And as a chair of the INC, please count on me. Open doors to talk anytime, in any place, and I'll be there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Last but not least, let's welcome Ms. Helen Watford, President of and CEO Climate Works Foundation. Helen brings nearly 3 decades of expert in environment actions, economic development, and climate policy. Helen, the floor is yours.
First of all, I just want to send my the sincere apology from Helen to all of you. Yeah, she cannot make it due to the commitment, but it's, she asked me to deliver his remarks on her behalf. So distinguished colleagues and Minister Liu, Executive Secretary Joyty, and good morning, everyone. The world has warmed by the 1.1 degree, creating devastating harm for the millions of people globally and deepening the existing social economy inequivalence. Multiple reports released ahead of the COP28 paint a grim picture. According to the State of the Climate Action Report, while falling woefully short of the meeting critical climate targets, with only one of the 42 indicators, which is the share of the electric vehicle in the passenger car sales on the track to meet its 2030 target. In that context, we must take bold climate action that rapidly transforms our system at the speed and scale needed to secure a thriving and equitable future. This is where the circular economy comes into play. The circular economy stands at the forefront of addressing our era's most pressing challenge, climate change. Already, nearly half the nations committed to the Paris Agreement are integrating the circular principles into their national determined contributions. In the pivotal agreement like the Sunnyland Declaration, major powers are recognizing the vital role of the circular strategy in our collective future. The opportunity within the circular economy are immense for the major approach to shape a resilient and net zero future, including tripling the renewable power and doubling the energy efficiency by 2030. The circular economy is essential for achieving this global target as it can support resource efficiency, supply chain resilience, innovation, and collaboration, and contribute to climate change mitigation. By reusing, remanufacturing, and recycling materials and components, the circular economy can help reduce the environmental impact of the renewable energy production and support the sustainable growth of the industry. Embracing the principle of the circular economy can drive innovation in renewable energy technologies and business models. It can also foster collaboration between different industries and stakeholders to develop more sustainable and integrated solutions for renewable production and consumption. Furthermore, a circular economy aligns with the core promises of sustainable development goals. China has made significant progress in implementing a circular economy, as have other countries. Increased exchange among the nations will build consensus and shorten the learning curves. COP28 presents a unique opportunity to integrate the circularity into our global climate strategy, contribute to SDG goals, and strengthen international cooperation on the circular economy. Climate Works Foundation is committed to strengthening strategic partnerships across different sectors and leveraging philanthropy to drive the necessary transformation, including circular economy. I'm looking forward to the discussion and partnership that will occur today, and I'm certain that our collective effort will lead to significant progress in advancing the economy, circular economy, to tackle climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Xiaohua, and thank you for the insightful and encouraging remarks from our distinguished guests. We hope and believe that today's session will contribute to advancing discussion on the coordinated development of the circular economy and climate change. Next, I would like to invite all our opening guests together with our speakers today to have a group photo. Please. Please take your seats again. Continue. Okay, next I would like to invite Ms. Milad Sneager, climate lead at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, to give us the keynote presentation around the circular economic law in climate action and SDG achievement, please.
Good morning. Is that working? People hear me? Yeah, it's a real honor and privilege to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. And also after hearing so many great opening remarks. So for us at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, the whole mission is to accelerate the transition to the circular economy. For us, the three principles are very clear: eliminate waste and pollution, circulate the materials and products that we need, and at their highest value, importantly, not only through recycling, but higher loops as well, and regenerate natural systems. So those are the three principles for us, and they apply across all sectors. Fundamentally, this is an economic transition. We are currently in a linear economy of take, make, waste, as one of earlier speakers said. We need to move to circular systems. At the foundation, we have a network of over 5,000 organizations that we work with in order to try and accelerate this. That includes governments, cities, universities, and also businesses. And importantly, businesses represent over 3,000 members of that network from right across different sectors. Linking it to the SDGs is the topic today. The home for circular economy within the SDGs is SDG 12, production and consumption. I know I just said that wrong. I know it's sustainable consumption and production. But I actually think it's quite important to say production and consumption, because we need to look at the full value chain right from the start to the end, and then no longer have an end, turn it into a circle. And we've also heard from an earlier speaker how it links to other SDGs. So it's climate, water, energy. They are fundamental. The economics is right at the heart. So work and opportunities for many industries, but also for people. And biodiversity, not to be forgotten, the nature link as well. Now, our work includes a focus on plastics, as we've just been hearing. So we are actively contributing to the global treaty discussion that is going on this year and next. And in our own work, we've been busy trying to showcase how this can be done already through voluntary agreements. So we have a program called the Global Commitment, where all the organizations that have signed up are signed up to exactly the same vision and targets. And then it is up to them each year to report on progress. Since this has been going on over the past 5 years, we've seen an increased use in recycled plastics. So one part of the transition, 1.5 million tons per annum more increased plastic use being used, which is helpful not only for the recycling element, but also reduces the demand for virgin materials. So that's one factor in which this voluntary commitment is starting to showcase how it is possible. But there's much, much more to this. We've recently brought out a study on the reuse opportunities as well. And then there are many alternatives, many innovators looking at alternative materials that can be used. Do you need packaging in the first place? Some packaging has just sort of crept onto the market, which might not actually be essential anymore. So looking at all the opportunities for how to change that. It's a great example of what can be done, but it also means that we really believe that the global treaty that is being negotiated is fundamental, because voluntary commitment on its own will not get us there. And we do need the same regulatory standards applied across the globe. It's not only plastics, though. It is every sector. So fashion is another one that we work on, another system where fundamentally it's linear, it's broken. At the moment, one garbage truck is landfilled or incinerated every second. So I don't know how many that is since I've been speaking, but far too many. In terms of linking it to fashion and climate, The fashion sector is responsible for about 4% of the global emissions, and 70% of those emissions are coming from upstream activities. So again, as I said earlier, thinking about SDG 12, the production side is so important. And what goes on the market then, of course, determines how we as consumers engage with it, what model we've bought it under. Did we buy it under an outright model of ownership? Did we buy it under a rental scheme? Are there repair opportunities? Are there alternative use opportunities? So it all stems from that the very beginning, the idea of what's being produced. And I'm delighted that the fashion industry has got several events here at COP this year. There is actually in the Green Zone, I went there last night, an exhibition of innovators who are producing all sorts of alternative materials that would fit within a circular economy. And I think in a few days' time, there's a high-level event also talking about fashion opportunities from different sectors, but also NGOs and leaders in this space. And food. Food was in focus yesterday. It will very much be in focus in the second week. The food system, and importantly, it's the system, that leads to 33% of emissions. And half of that is coming from food loss and waste. Half of that, the human impact on biodiversity loss, half of that is also coming from the food system. So again, you need to take a sort of systemic economic approach to how we're going to transform things if we really want to make progress. And for us, the key tenets there, if you apply the circular economy principles to food, is to switch to regenerative food production, use far more diverse ingredients. At the moment, actually, our staple foods have shrunk to a very small fraction of what is possible. It's no longer so much adapted to the local context, but it should be, so that we end up with lower impact ingredients. And then also upcycling. So at the end, there's a lot of value that can come out of food that we currently just consider waste and compost. So those are three sectors that we work in, but that's not all. Buildings, mobility, electronics, these are all huge waste sectors that create huge amounts of waste and also have large environmental, including climate footprints. And last but not least, it's very important to remember that the energy transition itself is going to require materials to make that energy transition work. So there are energy assets as well that need to be combined with circular economy design principles so that solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, all these things are also brought into a system which is designed for reuse and things being kept in use rather than creating another problem for us to deal with of increased waste mountains. So just to finish very quickly before we go on to the panel, which I'm very much looking forward to, for us, when we've looked at circular economy in terms of emissions as a whole globally, we found that 45% of the emissions come from production and consumption. That is staggeringly high. Those emissions come from industrial production, where, for example, the energy requirements are so high that the renewable energy can't yet meet it, but also from chemical reactions that happen, for example, in the process of making cement. Then on the thinking about the land, deforestation, it doesn't matter what fuel you're using, deforestation creates emissions, and also how we choose to use the land. And last but not least, end of pipe, incineration, open waste burning, and landfill also create emissions. So for these, we cannot rely on only fuel solutions. We have to think about different ways of producing and consuming, and that is exactly where the circular economy solutions come in to help tackle those 45% of emissions. So that is going to take business action, as I was outlining in some of the examples that we use, finance, critical for any transition, and policy. And for us, there are many aspects to policy to create the incentives to design differently at the beginning, to put in the right waste infrastructure so that things are captured, but really importantly also to make the economics work. So how do subsidies help shift where we put our focus and resources? How do pricing mechanisms change behavior? So these sorts of policies, which are very much in focus in negotiations such as COP, what role can they play in helping move to a circular economy? So I will conclude there. I'm delighted that this year with the AR6 from the IPCC and the Global Stocktake, both of those important reports talked about systems transformation being fundamental. The circular economy, is a systems transformation, and we really need to accelerate it if we're going to get onto that 1.5 degree trajectory. Thank you.
Thank you, Malena, for your excellent presentation. We recognize the great work of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation has been doing to accelerating the transition to a circular economy globally. Next, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Zhang Xiaohua, China Country Director, Climate Work Foundations, to moderate the next panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Professor Xu. And now we heard actually just the visions on circular economy from the international community, but also from our country leaders. Probably we'll use the rest of the time of the discussion to dive a bit deep to this critical topic on circular economy and the climate action. So it will be my great pleasure to invite our panelists to the podium. Yeah. I think is work? Okay. I think we have two panels on the way. Will be joining us right away. Maybe I'll just start from our distinguished panelist from Nathan. Nathan is the director of the Center of the Global Sustainability in the University of Maryland. And he is really a well-known expert in climate policy, and his work spans the U.S. emission mitigation and global phase-out strategies, and he also played a critical role in shaping the international climate agreement. And recently, as a senior advisor at the U.S. State Department of State, and he actually made a great contribution to the U.S. long-term strategy report, and as well as the U.S. joint Glasgow Declaration at COP26. So maybe I'll just turn over to Nathan just to share a bit your insight and see how this the importance of the circular economy and the climate action, particularly in the context of the U.S.-China joint announcement recently to recognize the circular economy as the key to address the climate action. Yeah, welcome. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just maybe we'll just just go ahead. We'll just introduce them. Yeah, once it's
well, thank you, Xiaohua, for the introduction. I also want to add my thanks to the speakers from earlier in the session. I've already learned a tremendous amount just from listening to the speakers, and thank you for that. Also, thanks to Ellen MacArthur Foundation, Climate Works, and NCSC. It's been a good event for us to learn about this topic. So the question was originally to me, I know we have a number of other good speakers here. So I have actually, yeah. Is that better? I'm still getting, okay, all right. So I've actually come to circular economy understanding from a different route. As you heard from the introduction, I have been working primarily through kind of the climate lens in US and other countries, but as part of my work with the State Department, working with Secretary Kerry, and then actually longer ago in the Obama White House, have done some work with US-China bilateral discussions. And one of the things that has emerged out of those discussions is my learning about all of the work that China is doing to embed circular economy principles in the way that China is thinking about a systemic transformation of their economy that will actually deliver a substantial amount of emissions reductions over time in that context. And I know there's other kinds of contexts that, other kinds of development contexts that can benefit from this situation. But one of the things that the Sunnyland statement, which you asked about, the Sunnyland statement that the U.S. and China recently agreed about highlighted circular economy as an area that both countries will be collaborating on, not only in their own domestic economy contexts. I will say the U.S. has a lot to think about and learn, I think, from that bilateral conversation, but also the two countries having potentially, catalytic effects, leadership, sort of working with the international community as we're working on within the COP context and within the Framework Convention context, but also in the other contexts that we've heard about through the other speakers this morning, to work together toward those shared goals. So let me stop there, since I know we have other speakers to welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nathan, for sharing this insight and your perspective. Maybe I just take this opportunity to welcome and our other panelists to join us. Actually, particularly Professor Wang Yi, I would say it's probably your counterpart in the Chinese side when you develop this Sunnyland.
That's right.
Yeah. So I think Wang Yi is also a very well-known expert in China, and also on climate and also the sustainable development goal as well. Maybe I'll just turn over to Wang Yi to share some insight as well for this important topic.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm late because I accompanied the Minister for another bilateral meetings, and so. But I think it's on time, and we can come here and talk with you about China's circular economy, but also the cooperation between China and the U.S. Because last month the Sunnyland statement by two countries, I think will restart our working group. The circular economy is very important the topic. The Minister and I also in this working group on circular economy. So I think that means we have a common sense for the both countries, because circular economy is not only the contribution to the carbon reductions. Based on the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, circular economy will contribute a half of carbon reduction. Based on his association, maybe 1/4. But it is a problem. We must improve our methodology. But I think it's very important, not only for the carbon reduction, but also increase energy and resources efficiency, and also promote the industry transition from the traditional one to a green and low carbon one. So I think circular economy will play multiple functions in the coming years. That's why we select the circular economy as a two countries a prioritized topic for next COP. But we also have both opportunity and challenges. We just talk about the opportunity, but also we have a lot of challenges, like the data we just mentioned about the emission. Half or 1/4, so we should discuss, and also the methodology. For the carbon issues, you mean the Scope 1, Scope 2, or Scope 2.0 whole life cycle, and I think it's very important. Also the standard. For example, because they recycle the material, I think we must need a new standard, especially for the drinkable plastic, for example. We need because in China the MEE in charge of this duty, but they must think about how to keep the food security, energy security, and also the climate security issues. So I think we have a lot of, and also the legislation. China, for the National People's Congress Standing Committee, we issue our circular economy promotion law in 2008. Now. 2023, we must revise this law based on new context. So, especially in the past, for example, the EPR, the extended producer responsibility, is not working very well, but we must find what's the reason. how to encourage this revision in the coming 5 years. So I think we have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of work to do and in the future. So that's why we should cooperate on this. Not only the technology, but also the policy aspect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang Yi, and thank you for both you and Nathan share some insight. And I fully agree. Actually, this circular economy and the climate change is not only for these two countries, but also important for these two countries to collaborate and contribute to the global efforts. And also, I think a circular economy. We all know the importance, and I think everyone is like to embrace this important topic ideas, but really how to make it really implemented on the ground, and we need to find concrete tools, instruments to make this happen. And with this context, I think I'm very happy to introduce our third panelist, Mr. Zhu Yang, the president of the China Association of the Circular Economy. And Mr. Zhu actually, being in this role, has been a key player in drive the circular practice in China. And it's a really great pleasure to have Mr. Zhu join us, and we'll certainly invite you to share your practice in China.
非常高兴啊，受邀请来参加我们这个气候解决方案和可持续发展的这么一个冰会，也非常参加这个小组的这个讨论这个环节，把我们中国循环经济发展的一些实践的一些案例啊，来分享给大家。刚才听了这个几位，特别是雷特先生、王毅先生几位的这个发言，很受启发。那么借此机会呢，我也讲讲我们。
Hello, I would like to help with interpretation as a partner of the China's Association of Circular Economy in China on behalf of the Almec Foundation. Yeah, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to join with this session and to share the insight of the circular economy development of China and also because circular economy is such an important policy in China, and I would like to share some of the insights.
我是来自中国循环经济协会的这个朱立阳。我下面的话重点啊分享我们中国在构建循环型工业体系方面的一些典型的实践案例。
Yeah, I'm from I'm the Mr. Zhu Yang. I would like to share about how the China's practice in the circular economy in China.
20年来，中国我们开展循环经济啊，主要有这么3个方面：一是开展产业园区的循环化的改造。中国80%的工业企业啊，集中在中国的产业园区。
There are major 3 themes of the circular development in China. The first one is that transformation of the industry parks. And 80% of the production in China happens in these parks.
从2011年开始，中国政府啊推动园区开展循环化的改造。那么10多年来的话，我们有70%的国家级的开发区和50%的省一级的工业园区，全面实施了园区的循环化的改造。
Actually, China started this initiative from 2011, and until now, and 70% of the national industry park and 80% of the provincial industrial has completed this transformation.
通过这个改造，主要是在园区内实现我们企业间、这个产业间的共生耦合，能源的梯级利用、水资源的循环利用。废物的交换利用、土地的节约集约利用。
This circular economy solution actually realizes symbolic component between the enterprises and the industry, from the energy cascade utilization, water resource recycling, water exchange and utilization, economy and incentive ways of land use.
通过这些改造以后啊，我们的产业园区的资源产出效率啊，提升了58%。
And the output rate of the major resource has increased by 58%.
但总值的能耗啊下降了26%。
And the energy unit of the per unit of the gross GDP has dropped by 26%.
二是我们注重这个循环经济产业链的构建。
Second is to focus on the construction of circular economy industry chain.
在重点领域探索构建了一批循环经济的典型的这种产业链条，比如我们矿山开采及伴生资源加工利用的产业链，煤电固废综合利用产业生产建材的产业链。
And actually, there are a lot of examples in the circular economy industry chains, and including the such as industry chain of mining and coexisting, and associated mineral resources processing and utilization, and the industry chain of construction material production, and the solid waste comprehensive utilization from coal power plant.
包括我们园区企业间余热余能的梯级利用和这个富裕的能源外供循环链条，比如我们天津的北江一个电厂，那么它的发电、海水淡化、农海水自研及银化工、土地节约、建材等这个产业链，也是一个很典型的一个利用这个现代这个能源效率发电的这么一个企业，实现了一个完整的循环经济产业链条。
And also the circular chain of catalyzed utilization of the waste, heat and energy, and external supply of surplus energy such as circulator chain of catalyzed utilization of water. I would like to share an example of the Tianjin power plant, which has which are built to form the circular economy industry chain, including the power production, seawater desalination, salt production, and petrochemical.
那么它每年的话可以增加除了发电以外，可以增加45万吨的盐，7200万吨的这个海水淡化，和节约了22.5万平方公里的盐田占地，是一个很好的一个典型循环经济的案例。
This is very good example. Actually, the outcome that could be the power plant can benefit the production of 450,000 tons of salt annually, and the production of 72 million tons of desalinated seawater, and also realized 225,000 square kilometers of the land use.
三是注重产业废弃物的循环利用，比如我们宝武钢铁集团的，他们就是废弃物不出这个炼钢厂，通过生产过程中的这个固废的源头减量、固废的资源化利用、协同处置等，最大程度的减少固废在社会上的周转量。那么他们固废不出厂的这个接近了100%。
The third one is that a circular economy is paying attention to the recycling of the industrial waste. And this example of the Baowu Iron and Steel Group, they have some mode called solid waste without leaving the factory. Through the solutions like source reduction and utilization, actually around close to 100 solid waste without leaving the factory.
比如我们还有一个格林美这么一家专门做电子废弃物这个回收企业的这么一个企业，它从废旧电器电子产品中啊、报废汽车中啊回收的钴、镍、锰、铝等这些金属啊，实现了变废为宝，已经成为我们世界硬质合金行业的和新能源行业两大行业的供应链头部企业。
Another example is from Gelinmei, which is for the recycling businesses for the recycling of the major electronic waste. Actually, they can extract resources like cobalt, nickel, magnesium, and aluminum, and other material from the waste products. And actually, this realized turning waste into treasure method.
对，我想给大家报告一下，就是中国通过发展循环经济啊。 实现了我们碳的减排13.5%到14.5%，我们综合贡献率在25%。
Actually, China has achieved a great amount of emission reduction through circular economy. According to our calculation, actually in the last 5-year plan period, actually circular economy accounts for 24% of emission reduction comprehensively.
我们力争到2030年前呢，实现这个综合的贡献率提高10个百分点到35%。
Our aim is that we need to increase the circular economy contribution to the overall greenhouse emission to another 10%, which 35% by 2030.
王毅教授跟我提过建议，说到碳中和的时候，中国的循环经济对我们中国二氧化碳的减排的综合贡献率要达到欧盟的水平，要高于欧盟的水平。我们力争呢也争取到50%，我们朝这个目标在奋斗。
Yeah, according to the comment from Mr. Wang Yi, actually, our aim is that we need to further increase the circular economy role played in the overall greenhouse emission to around 50%, which is equivalent to the or above the standard of the European Union by the time of the China reached carbon neutrality.
我们正在按照这个中国政府相关部门的这个要求，积极的协助相关的国际机构、大专院校、科研机构等和企业一起，为循环经济事业的发展，特别是在应对气候变化、降低这个碳的排放方面呢，真正发挥循环经济的作用。
Actually, we are working under the guidance of the government of China, collectively with university, academia, and business. Together, we're trying to further enforce the role the circular economy could play in the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission in China.
我也非常希望今后还有机会能跟大家分享我们中国更多的循环经济的一些案例和一些经验，也同时学习其他一些国家的好的经验和做法。谢谢大家。
I would like to have the future opportunity to further exchange with distinguished guests regarding experience circular economy, and also I'm really interested to learn from you of your experience, the best practice, and thank you for your attention.
谢谢主持人。
谢谢朱会长 ，Thank you very much, President Zhu. Yes, very encouraging progress and practices. And certainly we all know that sustainability is about safeguarding the future for generation to come, ensuring that both climate sustainability and better future to all. Now we are critical actually to this effort is to how to engage and participate in the youth. And it's my great pleasure actually to introduce the fourth panelist, Sheriff Arif Fali from Egypt, and he is a very dynamic young representative from Egypt and a very active member of the Arabic Youth Council for Climate Change. And Sheriff has been the forefront of advocating for climate justice, and so really happy to have you in the panel. So I'm wondering how whether you can share some your view and how the involvement impact the young generation in shaping and advancing the circular economy.
Well, first of all, thank you so much. It's really a great pleasure and honor to join you today. And thank you all for coming. First of all, I'd like to start by saying that there is a huge gap between theory and practice. When it comes to the theory, all of us want to give a space for young people, especially those who are capable of practicing circular economy. But when it comes to the practice, I assume there's some disadvantages, or there are some circumstances that prevent us from doing so. We usually talk about education and how to make circular economy part of our educational curriculum. But when it comes to education itself, we usually talk about the formal education. Although education has 3 types, which are the formal education, the informal education, and the non-formal education. And when it comes to education, we have to start it from the very first beginning of raising a child, which is the family. So we have to transfer the knowledge from the educational institutions to the family so that they can raise their children in this likely-minded way. That's first. Second, when I talk about like my experience in Egypt in raising like some circular economy entrepreneurs, especially in the northern part of Egypt, which is Egypt's delta. And by the way, that's one of the most vulnerable parts of the world to climate change as per the IPCC. So I'd say that my organization has started something in collaboration with like some United Nations agencies last year. By the way, I used to work for UNICEF as a climate change consultant, and so I was able to put my organization in contact with other UN agencies so that we started a competition for those who are interested in circular economy. And that's how we were able to put around 25 participants last COP in Egypt. And this COP, we have a delegation of 18 young people, especially from Egypt's Delta. Around half of them come from circular economy background. They have their entrepreneurial projects currently working in Egypt. They have their ideas, and some of them are currently in contact with some incubators and some accelerators to get funding to start their projects within the country. Something that I'd like also to shed a light on is CBAM, the European Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. I actually graduated from Peking University this year in China. And since I joined Peking University in 2021, all my colleagues in China started to talk about CBAM. Although CBAM doesn't only affect China, but it affects the rest of the world. But unfortunately, like talking about CBAM started in Egypt this year. So directly after my graduation, I thought that it would be a great idea to bring the idea of talking about CBAM, since also Egypt is one of the countries that bring or export these products to the EU. So I was able to hold conversations with the government officials in Egypt and also some other non-governmental organizations to address how CBAM is going to affect the economy in Egypt and how we can improve our exports to the European Union. So these are some of the highlights of what I have been doing in Egypt. And yeah, thank you so much again for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing your perspective. I think this is a really important perspective we need to bear in mind when moving this important efforts and topic forward. And there's immediate actions we need to undertake to advance the circular economy and the synthesis between circular economy and climate change. But also in the long term, we need to enhance the education really to convert into a long-term development pathway, integrate the circular economy, the low-carbon development into our sustainable future. So thank you very much for sharing all this really valuable insight and experience today. We are really great, actually. The time is short, but it's really great to have all this participation. And we heard the visions laid out by our national leaders. We also have the opportunity to hear the international effort to advance the circular economy and the climate change. And also we have the opportunity to hear the experts to share their practices and their views. So it's really great opportunity to discuss this topic in this important COP here in Abu Dhabi in Dubai. Sorry. But I think this is the first time we are gathering to discuss the topic, but certainly it's not the last time. It's a beginning of our joint efforts. So we really thank you very much for the effort, and we're looking forward to continue our efforts in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this GSTIC side event here at the SDG Pavilion. My name is Dietrich van der Weken, and I'm heading the GSTIC team within VITO. And VITO is a technological research center in Belgium focusing on technological solutions and innovations to accelerate the transition to a sustainable society. To start, I would like to quickly introduce the three eminent speakers who are here present today. First of all, Ms. Inge Neve, the new CEO of VITO, and VITO is the co-founding institute of GSTIC. Secondly, Dr. Vibha Dhawan, the Director General of TERI, the Energy and Resources Institute in India, also a co-founding partner of GSTIC. And thirdly, Dr. Paulo Gadelha, the former president of Fiocruz and former member of the UN 10-member group and currently coordinator of the implementation of the strategy for the 2030 agenda at Fiocruz. Fiocruz, of course, is also a strong and loyal partner of GSTIC and co-host since 2017. Earlier this year, Fiocruz also hosted the first GSTIC conference in Latin America. And this was also the first conference organized by one of the co-hosts other than VITO. And this clearly enticed other co-hosts to take up this role as well. More about that later in the session. Now, before we move on to the main topic of today's session, I would like to briefly introduce GSTIC. GSTIC was launched by VITO in 2016, and it's a rapidly growing action and impact-oriented multi-stakeholder expert community, and we try to accelerate the deployment of market-ready technological solutions that can contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. Now, why are we doing this? We may not underestimate the importance and the role of STI in the context of the 2030 agenda. STI has not disappointed us, and we have witnessed several breakthroughs in different areas, such as renewable energy, health, water and sanitation, and so on. All new technologies that are transforming lives. So we see a lot of progress and achievements, but we are also confronted with several challenges, such as lack of adequate infrastructure, the affordability of technological solutions, limited access to education and training, and the enormous digital divide, just to name a few. So we have an incredible challenge ahead of us, and we are convinced that STI is and will be playing a key role to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs and the climate goals. And we are strongly convinced that many technologies that the world needs today to achieve the goals are actually readily available. The only thing we have to do is accelerate the implementation or the upscaling. Now, what we do as GSTIC can be structured in 5 pillars. The first pillar, still one of the major pillars, is the annual conference, where we bring together all the stakeholders. The second pillar is outreach to policy forums, such as, that's the reason why we are here today. In between 2 conferences, we mobilize our community to present the key findings and major outcomes of the conference. This is one of the example of this, but also in New York and Geneva, we try to raise awareness of what we do and bring the outcomes of the conference to the policymakers, mainly within the UN. Unfortunately, time is too short to zoom in detail on the major outcomes, but Paulo will share some of the key findings that emanated from the Rio conference. The third pillar is all about inspiration. On our website, you can read numerous inspirational stories from various experts featuring technological solutions and innovations. The fourth pillar is the Climate Action Programme, which is a subsidy program funded by the Flemish government that focuses on implementation and upscaling of climate solutions in developing countries. Several ongoing projects will be presented here at COP in the coming days. And last but not least, of course, community building. As I said, we try to build a global community of experts. We connect innovators, entrepreneurs, captains of industry, researchers, and policymakers from around the globe. with the single aim to accelerate the deployment of technological solutions that will eradicate poverty and inequality, protect the planet, and secure health, justice, and prosperity for all. And again, we are strongly convinced that most of the technologies that the world needs to achieve the SDGs are in fact at our fingertips. With that being said, I would like to move on to the main topic of today's session, which is the role of research and technology organizations to harness science, technology, and innovation to reach the SDGs. So, Inge, may I ask you to deliver your first views on this? And please, since time is limited, keep it short and concise.
I will try to do my best.
Okay.
So, yes, thank you, Dietrich, for the introduction. I think indeed, if you look at the abbreviation of GSTIC, actually, it's really important that we look at things from a global way. And actually, we are working with a platform now of already 9 research and technology organizations, which are really independent organizations, so that also can bring all the different technology solutions on the table without having really an advantage, let's say, behind that. So that's very important. And so we are very proud, I think, that we have already 9 research organizations that are contributing to the GSTIC conference and initiative, and they're also coming from all parts of the world. We have here Brazil, we have India, but we also have cooperation partners from South Korea, from China, from also from Nigeria. So it's really important, I think, that we really can bring together all the knowledge that is existing and is being developed all around in the world, because we're all doing things based on our specific challenges that we have, the needs that we see in our specific countries and continents, and that we can bring also the innovation and the different angles that we have also around the table. So that's really very important also in the global aspects that we're doing. Then looking, of course, to STI, so it's the sustainability, technology, and innovation. So we really bring all the technology and innovation around sustainability on the table. It is, of course, very important that we always start, I think, from expertise, scientific expertise, technology expertise, and that we also really try to combine different angles in there so that we really can bring a systemic approach, really look at also system innovation and how we can connect also different technologies. We all know that one technology or one innovation will not bring a solution. So it's really looking at how to combine these different elements and also to combine these with also the local challenges that we have. And I think that in there, bringing together all these different partners, so the research institutions, but also policymakers, also private sector, and also communities. We were talking about it, also minority groups. It's really important also to see how we can combine different elements to bring really solutions that are also suitable to local context and are also beneficial for the communities. And that's the last part, I think, of the GSTIC that is very important. Really also to look at communities, not only looking at the big economical drivers or ecological drivers, let's say at country level, but really also looking on how we can bring together communities and also bring really solutions that also suit to the communities. We see that technology and innovation can really also help sometimes, certainly also in still developing countries, to leapfrog. I was also living in Africa 15 years ago, and I was really struck by the fact that in some parts of the countries you didn't have electricity, but people were already paying by mobile phones. So it's really using technology that we're not using yet in Europe at that moment in time, but because of the context, because of the willingness and the needs of the people, we also can really have new innovation and also leapfrog on these things, really, if we go a step further. And I think it's really important to bring all these lessons that we learn, all these experiences that we have from all parts of the world together to this forum, where we then can also influence the local and national and international policies that have to be put in place. I think that's really important with the foundations of the independent and neutral development and research organizations, that we also can bring this together. So really very nice collaboration, and I think really something we need to grow in the future. So if there are other research organizations that want to join, you're very welcome to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Inge. Viba, may I ask you to share your thoughts and insights on this?
Well, you have given such a good introduction to GSTIC and its purposes and so on. What I would like to add is that, and let's look into the history. Like few years back, we were talking about that we really need more partnerships. We were talking about innovations and we were talking that the world should be equitable. And we have already seen, because today we are living in a world where whatever is happening in one part of the world is known to others immediately. There is no time lag, and really speaking, it is the kind of aspirations of people that also goes up. And therefore, if we want peace in this world, it's equally important that we look for equitable distribution. We cannot really say that standard of living in one part of the world is very different from the other part. There are going to be aspirations, and for social security as well, it is important that we look for more equitable. Now, how to do it? It's a very fast changing world. You look at the regulations, the international regulations, they are also changing every day. So, as a country, also, no one can afford to lag behind, because very soon there are going to be things like carbon tax, cross boundary carbon taxes, and so on. And therefore, your competitiveness, which today we are saying that labor is cheap in this country and that country, and therefore they can produce things for us, it's not going to remain there. So, for countries also, it becomes very important that technologically they advance themselves as well. Now, where the gaps are? The gaps are, and if we look back, and I come from the field of agriculture, and therefore I love to quote that particular example of green revolution. Now, for Borlaug, the only thing he required to satisfy himself was that the seeds which he had bred are used in different parts of the world, and he himself traveled to tell others how these seeds are to be grown. There were no IPRs associated, and thus, as a globe, we could fight hunger. But today we are living in a world where everyone is worried about, rightly so, because technology development has also become very expensive. How do I get returns on the technology which I have developed? And there are two problems. One is, as a country, many countries can't afford taking the license. And therefore, the, while they can't pay for it and they lag behind, ultimately it's the planet which suffers. It's we who suffer ultimately, because there are no international boundaries for that. So the global community also has to look into and realize that we only have one planet, and therefore the only thing is to share. Not saying that there should not be, because then you will not give the latest technologies. It should be more of the finance part of it, that you give finance. And there again, the problem is the interest rates for different parts of the globe are different, because we are not even looking into the figures, because it's not true that the poor countries don't pay. They always pay. The returns are always received. But it's a perception that they may not be able to pay for the technology or pay back the finance which they have taken. So we should be conscious of that and make the finances available. Not saying it should be soft loans kind of a thing. So they save and then they pay. And technology access should be there. And one of the most important points is the human resource development, because for no technology, there are going to be teething problems. And therefore, if one is not able to solve them immediately, they lose confidence in the technology. So, human resource development is part of the game. New technologies, like when we talk of hydrogen, I'll say maybe most of us have also heard about the technology, we have never practiced. And therefore, it's not hydrogen production alone. It is every step of hydrogen, like its production, storage, transportation, and the person, like suppose we start using it for vehicles, the person who dispense in your car should equally be confident of how to use this technology. So human resource development remains very important. And last but not the least, the point I want to make is that let's not look into that model of technology transfer is gone. Today, let's think of technology co-development, because the needs of different countries are different. Like I'll take if my own country, it's a country of small and medium enterprises. Of course, we have large enterprises as well, but to them also, like almost 60% of the total production that comes from SMEs. So if you don't have them in the entire game of greening, then you will lose. You will never, your last or the large enterprise is green, but the components given to them are not green. So therefore, you also have to ensure that they are part and parcel of it. And the governments are taking different steps, whether it is in terms of reporting by the industries, they should have ESG reporting, not mandatory, no regulations, but they are going to come. So one is taking baby steps in the sense that let people first become conscious, and then in a way what is voluntary today perhaps will become mandatory in years to come. And then everyone should also be aware of what they are doing. And really speaking, I don't feel very comfortable in COP, because let us look at the total footprint, carbon footprint of organizing conference of this size. But in India, the mission life is one such step that each one of us, we should look into what are we doing. And I always say each of us is contributing to the climate change, and each one of us is getting impacted by the climate change. It's the degree which varies. And not only the degree, it's also your risk taking capacity. A damage caused by the flood in New York perhaps will be, in terms of immediate impact, may be the same. But those who suffer, for them, it may not be even 1% of their income. But if the same thing happens in the hilly terrain of India, then they lose everything, and that may take a couple of generations to come back to the same level. So we should be conscious of those who don't have, and how do we ensure that we actually take care of them. And I do hope loss and damage funds and all, so over a period of time, they will be far more effective. We will spell out the details, how to go about and help those who have suffered. And I always say it's not save the planet, it's save human race on this planet, whatever we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Viba. Paulo, over to you. Is there anything you want to add to this?
It's so nice. Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Are you listening to me? Okay. It's so nice to be here with Dietrich, Inga, Viba. I have also many friends from Brazil here, from the delegation from the health ministry, from Fiocruz, Manuela, Agnes, uh, Elisa, my dear Elisa. She helped us a lot in Jessica. She's now the responsible for the social communication of the health ministry. And of course, Guto, who was the one who's following the Justic organization from the beginning, and he was on the response for the organization of Justic in Rio. Well, I sort of had this feeling of being from Rio back to Dubai, looking for New Delhi, because by the end of 2020, between 2020 and 2021, we were here with a Justic event. But then I was thinking, what happened during this time, which changed so much, and we made important the experience of Rio, and thinking also in terms of New Delhi. One thing, of course, is you know that Jessica is very much related to the 2030 agenda, and also in terms of the technology facilitation mechanism. So what happened during this time? We had in Dubai still the COVID pandemic. uh, So in Rio, it's starting the post-pandemic period. So the lessons learned from COVID were very important to think what were the impacts, not only in terms of the economic and the social impacts, the geopolitical impacts, but also the lessons learned in terms of technology. And I think WHO had a very interesting experience because it put forward some of the questions we understand in a lot in the terms of TFM, co-design, the mission-driven innovation, questions related to the open science, of course, and also innovation in terms of procurement, regulation, and so forth. But from that time also, we had very important features related to the 2030 agenda. First, it was increasing the climate crisis. We are having more evidence that we are going to a sort of a tipping point of no return. We are having also this question, which is quite crucial, integrating the climate with the 2030 agenda. So in New York, we had the Climate Ambition Summit. We tried to address this question, and was very important also to think of these connections. Guterres tells very strongly that there is no in terms of thinking about the climate without looking at the values and the major reference of the 2030 agenda. President Lula all the time is saying there is no sense in talking about climate change if you don't look at inequality, if you don't look at the people. So this is a very important feature that we have to think. And of course, we have, in the case of Brazil, a strong difference of the time we had the G6 in Rio, and even in the case of Dubai, and what we are going to have in New Delhi. Just in Rio, we had a year in which we will have a presidential election in Brazil. It was a time of a great uncertainty. Brazil was living a period of obscurity with fake news, with all the important social structures and technological science, and everything was very much disrupted from the previous government. And we had to think also and thought of Jessica Rio as a sort of bringing the theme of the technology and 2030 agenda as an important theme to discuss also with the Brazilian incumbents for the presidency. And now we have Lula. This changed a lot. Brazil is in a period, in the first because Lula has a very strong social commitment. We are having also this, yesterday Lula took over as president of G20. So everything we'll be doing now, we'll have also the possibility of being connected with the discussion in G20. And also Brazil will have in 2000, the COP28. So all this makes a very important settings in terms of how we can move and help, the cause of G6, and of course I'm talking about the cause of the 2030 agenda. Next 19th of this month, President Lula will inaugurate the National Commission on SDGs, which will be a very important instrument in terms of moving forward in this sense. So all this makes a very interesting contrast in what we had in terms of the Dubai, but in the real experience, the Rio de Janeiro experience, not the real experience. We had some novelties which were important. First, it was the first time in the Americas. We had this discussion before in G6 that G6 needed to move forward and try to be another place of the world. There was the first sessions were in Belgium, and then we moved to Dubai. But then again, Dubai had this restriction of the pandemic, and so Rio was the first full-fledged international meeting outside Belgium. Secondly, we, because of our tradition also and our thoughts in Brazil, we introduced some themes which I think are important to think. One of them is social technology. Social technology is something that is not, it's coming as more visibility in terms of TFM, but usually people talked about technology in more the hard sense of hard technology. So we introduced social technologies. We had also themes related to biodiversity. I think it was the first time. Of course, we had themes related to the Amazon. So that there was a new, and also we had the possibility of bringing GSTIC to be known in Latin America, because GSTIC was much known as a European initiative with some connections with other countries. But I think it was the first time that Latin America had the chance to understand the meaning of GSTIC. And just to finish, because I Dietrich said that I should talk about some characteristics of GSTIC and to talk in a short period. We had 4,200 people at that meeting with 150 sessions, more than 150,000 people following by the internet. So I think it was, in that sense, a huge success. And we have, for the first time, community signed for over 30 institutions in terms of pledging important goals related to the 2030 agenda. Mhm.
Yeah, thank you, Paulo. There's one point I would like to ask you again to focus on is there is a lot of initiatives that are focusing on the intersections of climate and health. Can you briefly explain from your perspective how Fiocruz is looking at this and what are the
In terms of 10 years ago, of course, climate was something very important to health all the time because of the consequence of climate and health. But as a sector, and the health field didn't have a strong role in terms of connecting and proposing themes and policy related to global policies on climate. This changed a lot, especially after the Glasgow COP. So the first time the WHO had a very strong stance in terms of saying that climate was they said that the climate was the most important factor in terms of the health consequence, and the Paris Agreement was the most important agreement of the century in terms of the consequence on health. So this has been moving forward. I think health has been gaining more presence in the discussion of climate, and we end up here at COP28 for the first time we have a whole one thing sexual health. Yeah. So one thing that we had a very interesting session on the Brazilian Pavilion yesterday, and Maria Neira stressed one thing that we agreed, that perhaps the health field or the health question is the one that may add an important sense of urgency to the climate question. Because if we are able to say to the people to understand how urgent the consequences of climate are coming to the health, not only to the economy, not only to the perspective of long term in the world, perhaps this will bring them to act and have a sense of urgency. And I want to give you figures, but you could, as you see, how many deaths you have for direct global warming, how many deaths because of vector-borne disease, and so forth. Now, so Fiocruz has a long career, I think about almost 30 years now, in terms of discussing the connection between climate and health. And we are now sort of having this feeling that we have a very important moment in terms of how this health question may rise, not only in terms of technology, we've been stressing this. Health is associated with the important technological convergence, but also in terms of the climate. And we are striving very much to have the connection between climate and 2030 agenda.
Okay, thank you. Inge, even though you were not yet on board as CEO of Fito, but you have some background in the health sector, I think. So anything you want to add to this or?
I think, like you're mentioning, I think it's getting more and more important. and that also, yeah, we really feel, and I think we also know can make much better the connection that we did in the past, and that you really see that we can make connections between, for example, the air quality or heat stress or different environmental factors that are around, and then also the whole PFAS discussions and all the critical materials and exposures that human beings can have, and to see indeed how we can also relate them to environmental exposure and how also we can cope with them. I think that's really important. Also, research that we're doing at FITO since a long time. And we also have like 80,000 samples. That's for Belgian scale, it's a lot. For Indian or Brazilian scale, it's a bit less. But where we have like data that we have been also collecting over more than 10 years and 20 or 30 years even, where you also can see how things have been evolving also during the years with different exposure for individuals. And these might also be of very good, I think, give very good insights. And we would like to look at further research where we really can see on how the personal phenotypes of people also can react also to the conditions and exposures they have during lifetime. And I think this might also be a kind of research that we could also join forces because we have different situations, different exposures, different elements of climate change to see also how can we find also good ways of coping with them. I think that's very important also that we have indications for people on also to be positive and also to be confident, but because that's at least what we see also in Europe now. That's a lot of things ongoing, like, oh, you have to pay attention to this and to pay attention to that. So people are getting very scared and very much afraid of everything that's happening. And I think that we also have a role to play and also to indicate and to make them confident and also to see, okay, what can we do on the prevention part? What are big elements and big steps that we can make to make sure also that we also can feel comfortable and make sure also that we all can move on together. And I think that's really important. And looking also at the different technology developments, also the impact we have now from the climate. We really also have to look on, okay, how can we come along with it? How can we become more resilient and react much quicker? And that's also, I think, things that we've learned, unfortunately, during the COVID period. We needed to react very quickly, but I also am convinced that we need to keep these lessons learned and to see how to move along with them, because we see that people are very strong and very able to cope with a lot of elements. If you have the floods or big fires and so on, we also see that people can cope a lot, but really to see how we can become more resilient and to react much better and much quicker on things that are happening. And there as well, there's a lot of technology we can use with based on remote sensing data, on also on typical evolutions modeling, and to see also, okay, how can we best also implement the different technologies that we have to make sure also that we don't make that impact on people's health and living situations. So I think there's a big challenge that also we can join forces there.
Okay, thank you. So I think we already have a few concrete ideas or themes of topics for the upcoming conference in Delhi. But Fiba, maybe can you first give a bit of a sneak preview from your perspectives as hosting institute, what we can expect from the next GSTIC conference in Delhi?
Yeah, as very rightly mentioned by you, that you tried to bring the problems of Caribbean biodiversity of Amazon and so on. So the whole idea of moving from one region to the other region is that you look into the regional problems and solutions to that particular region. So therefore, for us, it will be the experience of other countries and how can we bring it for the benefit of South Asia and developing world. We also have to look into, as I said in the beginning, and the issues which you raised related to health. I suppose somewhere you have to bring awareness that it's not just climate change and the investments that you are making in that sector, somewhere are also going to be impacting the health of human beings, which is very crucial. And I'll just draw one example. When we talk of air pollution, and if we don't talk of human health, you are not going to make right investments which are required for cleaning your air. So therefore, you have to bring these correlations and also be very sensitive that it is not just melting of glaciers alone or floods or temperature increase. It is that our health is going to get impacted. So therefore, correlations between various sectors that are to be defined so that you make the right investments in particular area. The other is that as I said earlier, that it is not just that the new technologies are for the developed world, they are for the developing world as well, with some modifications. We talk of energy transition. To me, energy transition for large companies is how can they shift to hydrogen. Just now, it's the Forbes stall over here where they're talking about hydrogen to for all their energy requirements of a building. So, therefore, what we should look into is that how new technologies are going to bring uh, benefit to the country itself, also the export markets and so on, where the markets exist, and how can they adopt new technologies. But then it's not ignoring the needs of the country. Like energy transition for a rural kitchen is can they have cook stoves and clean fuel? So, how do you ensure not reinvent the wheel, but take that experiences, bring the data on the table, how it's going to benefit, and so on? So, therefore, it's going to be a combination of old and new technologies for the region, for the globe. So,
You want to comment on that, Inge?
I think very important in there is also indeed that it's affordable, that we also can find, and I think that's still a big challenge we have there to find also solutions that we also are affordable for all the people. So also the big companies and looking at hydrogen, for example, how we can find cheaper solutions with other molecules and where we can consume and have a better conversion rate, for example, and also for these local solutions, also how to find affordable things, because if people cannot afford to for the solutions, they will also not change the behavior. And I think it's a combination of all these different factors that we really need to be able also to change behavior of people, and then also having the impact on health. As long as we don't have good cook stoves that people can pay for, they will continue to use the wood, and with all the consequences that we know.
and a couple of things I'll also like to add, and that's specifically where Terry is involved in. And one of our flagship programs, we are talking of sustainable cities. So we are looking both sustainable buildings, building design, building material, and so on, and transportation. Because you also need to understand what's the best way of transferring goods from one place to the other. Is it by road? Is it by train? Is it by ship? So the entire study needs to be done in that area. That concept of sustainable cities that must be engraved. The other thing is that, and especially in this COP, when announcements have been made on sustainable agriculture, and countries like ours, it's the large population which is dependent on agriculture. We look at water, you are talking of almost 80% of your fresh water being used for agriculture. It's no more clean. You look at GHG emissions, they are pretty high. And there are solutions available. Some of them do come from our own institute. There are others like conservation agriculture and so on, which is also being practiced in these regions, which can be globalized. So we'll also like to talk about those. And water reuse, which again is something which is neglected. So those are the things which we would like to bring on the table.
To add that exactly the same topics that we're discussing also, and it's funny to see in Belgium and Europe and so on, and that really we have to look at, let's say, ecosystems, and then see more and more like how can we combine the different elements. If you look at an ecosystem living together, industry, nature, private sector, the citizens and so on, agriculture, and how can we combine the different needs and the availability of resources to make sure as well that we can make as much as possible closed loop, let's say, based on energy, based on materials, based on water and so on, to make sure that we can continue to live in new balances. I think it's very important, and looking forward to having discussions together.
Okay, thank you, Paulo. Something you want to add? What would be the main issues, challenges that we should address later this year in Delhi?
Well, no, I think you covered the main things. I think there will be specific questions related to. But one thing that we haven't mentioned is the increasing out of control development of AI. So the digital question, in our case, there are many consequences in terms of digital health and also the ethical questions related to. So this is a theme that, from our experience in Dubai, it evolved in such a rapid way, and it needs a regulation and it needs a discussion. And I think GSIC should address this.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and what you're talking about, indeed, also the capacity building. So people need to be trained a lot on technology and all these things. But digital is also there, and I think it's also very a domain where we have to put for a specific focus on how technology and the digital can enable, but also looking at people's consequences. Let's say.
Okay, thank you very much. We still have a few minutes for question, comments from the audience. Anyone who would like to bring something? Yeah, sure. Anshuman, you can, yeah, use.
Thank you. I think most of the points have been mentioned. Just that coming out of COVID, and we entered into the war zones as well, which impacted the economies. And what we are trying to look into, at Delhi, is to look into harmonizing the policy, business, and solutions which are towards the future sustainability. And that's the reason we have actually themed the GSTIC 2024 at Delhi as harmonizing policy business solutions for a sustainable future and coexistence. And all of these components of critical issues related to water, climate, energy, health, food security, AI, gender, they all will be blended together to look into those solutions which are actually for coexistence. And that's something that we want to bring to the table for collaboration, catalyzing collaborations and partnerships when we are together in Delhi. I just wanted to emphasize that. And on behalf of Terry, I do want to extend warm welcome to all of you at Delhi next year from 22nd to 24th October. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No questions, comments? Maybe, yeah, Walter, go ahead.
I think I want to congratulate GSTIC because, I mean, when you started, you were a pioneer at the time. And look at how this has grown worldwide, mondial, how would I say, making people aware, making academia aware, and also make politicians aware of the needs. So SDG is just not a catchy word, but you guys give it life. You make it happen, and I thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Walter.
It's about the platform, and I was just wondering whether it's a knowledge sharing platform or would GStick also be getting into technology partnerships that can be struck? And then when we talked about the different nature of stakeholders, people from the academia, research institutions, and other agencies, the role of the private sector and all that, we're talking about health, food security, the sectors that we are touching on, water, so how does GStick envisage getting key players in for the kind of partnerships for technology promotion and aggregation that we're talking about? I'm, of course, a climate person, so for climate action, weather mitigation, or building climate resilience. So it's a larger question on the horizon, but just wanted to know your thoughts on it.
You want to comment on that, or? Well, the whole idea is that we offer a platform for matchmaking and connecting people, researchers, the private sector. One very or quite tangible pillar in our work is a climate action program, briefly mentioned in the introduction. And if we can broaden up this, or if we can partner up with other organizations, of course, we can facilitate these kind of let's say mechanisms. But yeah, we have a small team, and we are looking at all the partners to bring in these kind of perspectives. So yeah, depending on the opportunity that comes on our way, we can look into different options. Now, leading up to the Delhi conference, we can look in at concrete opportunities in India to bring in our community and to look at concrete ways of cooperation. So it's a very open and large question indeed, and there's no single answer to that, but at least we try to, let's say, make sure that at least we have some impact, although it's not always tangible and measurable. But as I said, if we see options, and this was first in the first conference, we mainly focused on, let's say, raising awareness of the impact and the potential of technologies inside UN and other policy forums. This is the first step, and bringing this to action is, of course, the next step. And at least one pillar in our work is an example of that. And we are certainly open to discuss it in more detail to add some other initiatives like that.
Just to add, this is a big challenge. There are several platforms that try to address this question, and the UN tried to set up sort of a big platform to DESA, but this is still not quite successful. I think this is a challenge not only in terms of connecting partners, but also people from the demand and the providers, and always thinking in the way that we think the TFM and the 2030 agenda, to think in terms of sustainable technology, integrated technology, and try to assess which is the impact in terms of cost benefits of the best solutions for addressing the SDGs. I think this is the main question. And related to this, just to mention, because it's very important, Guto is following this more closely, is the UN initiative of roadmaps. There are several countries already with this experience going on, and perhaps it would be nice to have in New Delhi, an assessment of how these roadmaps for STI, for SDGs, are working. Because I think this is a very interesting instrument that we can think in terms of not only national, but sometimes in terms of themes, sectorial, and so forth.
Okay, thank you. One final comment because the time is up. So
I see representatives here from 3 continents. For me, Africa is lacking. Or do you already have plans to incorporate?
we have 2 co-hosts from Africa, and of course they were invited to participate but couldn't make it on such a short notice. But there are already some plans to bring the GSTIC conference in 2025 to South Africa. So, okay. So, yeah, the time is up, I'm afraid. So we have to conclude the session. Thank you all for attending. Thank you. Also, thanks to DESA for hosting us. And I hope to see you all in Delhi later this year. Thank you.
عبده دخل الشنطة لو سمحت دخل الشنطة اطرحه عشان ما يزعج الناس. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tawfiq Saeed. I am the Deputy Team Leader for the Peace Operations Support Unit at UNDP Yemen. I would like to welcome you all here today for this event dedicated to launch the impact of climate change on human development in Yemen. Climate change is a global challenge, and its effects are felt disproportionately by most of the vulnerable countries. Yemen is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change. As well, it is one of the least ready to adapt. The report we are launching today is developed by UNDP in coordination with Pardee Center for International Studies at the University of Denver, as well as Appalachian State University. We're going to hear some opening statement by Dr. Abdullah Dardari, UNDP's Secretary General and Director of Regional Bureau for Arab States. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Abdullah Dardari.
Good afternoon. My colleagues insist on putting me in trouble. I am not the Secretary General, of course. I am just a mere Assistant Secretary General of the UN. So it's very important to minute that statement. Thank you very much for being with us today. This is a very important report. Just to give you 2 or 3 numbers why this is important, because the report will be presented and we will be discussing it. So we estimate that economic growth will slow down because of climate. In Yemen, we can expect to see 8.1 million additional people joining the poverty lines by 2016. Should we continue with the current economic structure, which is a non-sustainable growth model, we are dealing with in Yemen, not only in Yemen, the whole Arab region, and I'm responsible for in the UNDP. We have this problem and challenge of unsustainable growth models that where actually environmental degradation and climate change eat up most of the growth. So in Yemen, we predict to have actually a loss of $93 billion of GDP by 2060, should we continue with the current climate situation and the current mismanagement and misgovernance of the natural resources of the country. Even food security, of course, is a huge concern. We believe that 3.8 million people will suffer, additional 3.8 million people will suffer from malnutrition as a result. The Prime Minister is here. أهلا دولة الرئيس. So please allow me to welcome His Excellency the Prime Minister and his joining delegation. It's such a great pleasure and a great honor. تشرفنا يا سيدي. شكرا لتشريفكم. أهلا وسهلا. And this is I will recap if you don't mind. So it's a great honor to join with His Excellency the Prime Minister and the ministerial delegation with him to say that launching this report is a very important event for us and for Yemen, of course, because this report will help us, in fact, integrate the economic planning process that we want to work with together in Yemen with the climate issues. Because separating climate from economic planning is only going to lead to deterioration. I was just saying that with the current economic model of Yemen, the way resources are managed, we predict to lose about $93 billion of GDP by 2060. Additional loss because we are losing in our GDP, and we will lose more if we continue with the current environmental management of resources. And 8.1 million additional people will join the poverty lines if we continue like this, and plus 3.8 million people will suffer from malnutrition. Additional 3.8 million people will suffer from malnutrition just as a result of the environmental degradation and the climate impact. So this report sheds the light in a scientific way on the question of human development and how it relates to climate change, and recommend some very interesting policy changes in order to address those challenges. UNDP is committed to working with Yemen. We have already an agreement that we will work on economic planning, but economic planning without environmental planning will be, as I said, a lost opportunity. So we will make sure this report becomes a living document in the planning for the future of Yemen. I'll stop here because we have, I think, a presentation about the report by Zaina.
No, we have statements on the
It's up to you, Excellency. We are here. 3 minutes presentation. Okay, so let's have the presentation, and then His Excellency will address the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdullah. I think it's important to note that hearing the adverse impacts of climate change on Yemen and Yemenis should not restrict us from exerting the efforts that could contribute to turn things around and support Yemen and Yemenis in those hard times. Going forward, we will now be watching a video with some reflections from Zaina, UNDP's resident representative in Yemen.
Sabah al-Khair, good morning. I'm very glad to be speaking to you from Yemen this morning. Yemen is responsible for less than 0.1% of global carbon emissions, but it remains as one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change. Over and above the massive devastation that the country has gone through over the last years due to conflict and crisis, climate change just poses an additional serious threat to the people and the environment of Yemen, and will definitely further set back progress on human development. We are already seeing changes in precipitation patterns. We are seeing record temperatures, and we're witnessing rising sea levels, as well as an increase in severe flooding that has affected people. But unfortunately, the worst is yet to come. Temperatures are expected to increase even more and negatively affecting the economy and human development. And based on our scenarios and data calibration, more flooding is predicted. And economic growth will slow down, mostly affected the poor and the vulnerable. And last but not least, health and nutrition will suffer even more than it already is. Our new report that we are launching today on the impact of climate change on human development in Yemen outlines these very dangerous effects that citizens of Yemen will face if we do not have any adaptation actions to take place. And it is not too late to make these transformative changes in order to build resilience for future crises, threats, and stresses. If we strengthen climate resilience, we can save the lives of hundreds of thousands of Yemeni men, women, and children. We will also be able to help build a brighter future for the generations to come. Our new report looks at how we can together build that resilience. It examines how we can collectively act to lift 9.5 million Yemenis out of extreme poverty and 13 million out of malnutrition by 2060. The report also helps us find solutions to saving thousands of deaths related to climate change and other related causes. As such, our new report explores the future of climate change in Yemen and identifies prospects for building resilience to those challenges. Strong and transformative actions today can protect the citizens of Yemen from the worst consequences of climate change. But we cannot do this alone, as in any other action. So we are calling for the full commitment and support of policymakers and practitioners. We're also calling on the private sector, donors and development partners, and the international community to act together. Climate change does not have boundaries. Together, we can move towards a more sustainable, secure, and prosperous future for all the people of Yemen. Please join us in this important endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Like Zena said, the worst is yet to come for Yemen, which necessitates the need for a prompt action and move from all to take adaptation actions into consideration to address the issues at hand in the future. Now, it's time to delve into the findings of the report. No, would like to talk now with the Prime Minister? Thank you, sure. Okay. It's with a great pleasure that I get to introduce His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Yemen, Dr. Mu'in Abdul Malik. Dr. Mu'in, the floor is yours.
Dr. Abdullah Dardari, all guests. When we navigate through this important document, we clarify that the most dangerous thing is the climate change on Yemen. We have the issue of the conflict. You can imagine Yemen is a country depends on scarce amount of water. Collapse of Sheba Dam or in Kingdom caused the massive immigration in the early history. Yemen depends on approximately 200 dams. This is our civilizations. We are not depending on rivers. This is our Yemeni resilience. Now, we witness a floods during the last 8 years, more than 30 years ago. We remember the floods of 2008 in Hadramaut, which massive, and it took us maybe 10 years to recover from this amount. The last disbursement of compensations in this floods dispersed in 2018 when I was a prime minister, when I visited Hadramaut Valley. We cannot cope up with the latest storms and hurricanes like Luban, Shabala, Meg, Teague. Those all storms and hurricanes hit the country during the last only 8 years. Our ecosystem is fragile. We live in the mountains, coasts, and deserts, and it's a big population, approximately 30 million. The report is shocking. UNDP is a partner with us in many issues, strategize, building the strategies, building the capacity. But the most important thing, and also help us to calculate the gas emissions and different issues, but we need more help. Before this coup or this summit, we held a lot of meetings inside the cabinets to try to put a mechanism in our fragile institutions. We don't forget that we are in the middle of the conflict, a conflict that cut or shrink our economy to the half. And now with this numbers that Zena shock us about the situation, it might be in Yemen in 2060. We are not getting, it's getting worse and worse. We are already behind in most of the indications of human development indicators. And with 8 years of conflict,
added to this climate issues. And in my opinion, in consideration, it's more dangerous than the conflict issues. We might see a prospect of peace during a year and 2 or 3, but we need to take care of our strategies and decisions. We are now paying the price of things we didn't do in the past. Lately, we started in our renewable energy for the first time. We have gas, we have fossil fuel, we have carbonic reserves, and we can go on that path. But now we're starting. Sometimes you are on the ground level, you can build better. So we started with the solar panels, wind turbines, supported by Masdar, and the leadership of the government of UAE was very wise to support it in this direction. Other initiatives in the region we should be part of, like Green Initiative for the Middle East, launched by the Saudis. Is Yemen going to be part of this new Middle East, which is suffer from this high temperature and deserts? We don't have rainforest and other issues, but we have a fragile ecological system. We have agriculture, it's one of the old civilization depending on the agriculture, but not on rivers. And we have different islands which have rare species. So we will start as a government now to adopt all these strategies so we can cope up in food and food security and the issues regarding the power and electricity. We need at least 3,000, 4,000 immediate megawatts. So at least half of this power generating should be from alternative. We are not participate of the climate change, but at least we can start right. All the issues regarding the conflict and the issues regarding that, well, we will try to take that in consideration in our strategies. With the help of UNDP as a partner, we can take an important decisions now better than later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I completely agree with you. Yemen does need support from international community to address the adverse impacts of climate change before it is too late. Now, it's time to delve into the report findings and hear from one of the principal investigators who worked on the report, Taylor Hanna, Senior Research Associate at Paddy Center for International Studies at the University of Denver. Please join me in welcoming Taylor Hanna.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, Your Excellency, for being here. It's great to see we've got overflow seating, which is really great to see. So my name is Taylor Hanna. I am the Associate Director for Development Analysis at the Frederick S. Pardee Center for International Futures, and one of the authors on the report we're going to talk about today, along with my colleagues listed here. So, as you likely already know and have certainly heard today, Yemen is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change. Already, 8 years of devastating conflict have set human development back by more than 2 decades. Even prior to the conflict, Yemen was facing a dire situation as one of the most water-scarce countries in the world. Now, climate change is happening. And it's important for us as the world, as a society, to be talking about how to mitigate and stop, slow that problem. Those conversations are happening. They're happening here at COP. But that's not the question facing Yemen, a country whose carbon emissions historically have been negligible and where humanitarian and development needs are urgent. Instead, the question for Yemen is how to build resilience to the uncertain problems that climate change poses, and what those effects on human development are likely to be. In this study, we try to do that by first trying to understand how climate change is likely to affect human development in Yemen specifically, and then we're looking at how a concerted and integrated development push can transform that future. Now, I'm going to start by summarizing work led by my climate scientist colleagues analyzing climate trends and futures in Yemen. I'm not going to go too deep into the technical details of this, but I do think it's important to just touch on. We look at two main data sources for precipitation and temperature rise across 5 agroecological zones. There's a lot of different ways to do zoning and different analyses. We use agroecological zones in line with a recent IPRC report. We're going to look at trends historically and seasonally and project potential linear and nonlinear trends forward. And then we also, as a part of this project, compared our results with many other studies, projecting patterns at a regional level using 3 climate models and the RCP 4.5 and 7.0 scenarios. If you're familiar with those IPCC climate scenarios. So we're going to start with temperature rise. And this graph shows you the average temperature in degrees Celsius across time from 1960 out to about 2022. Now, I'm not sure if it's easy to see. The top line is the archipelago region, basically Socotra. Closely followed by the coastal region. A little cooler, we have the purple line is the inland desert region. The red or orange-ish line is the highlands, and the bottom line, kind of yellowish, is the plateau region. Now, we see pretty steady increases in temperature over time, and this happens. We have across different regions. Look at a map version. Again, we see this pretty steady increase in temperature, save for just a few regions on the southern coast. With this relatively linear and constant trend across regions, we do have very high degree of confidence the temperature rise will increase in Yemen and will continue. This also means that we're likely to see more heat waves, especially in the urban coastal regions, and that has serious implications for public health. Now, the temperature story is relatively simple. Precipitation is a little bit more complex. And this graph shows us precipitation, again, across those same 5 agroecological zones. And we see a much higher degree of variability historically in precipitation trends. And then, of course, you can see really recent increases. The data end in 2022 of flooding in the country. Once we look at a map view, again, we can see that really distinct regional differentiation. We see a high degree of increase in precipitation in the highlands and coastal regions. As we get further east and into the desert, we see even some drying trends. Now, we do this in the report, this analysis for each of the 5 regions. I'm just going to focus on 2 of them here. And what you're seeing is on the left, you see historical precipitation and then trends moving forward for the March, April, May season. So that's the spring rains. On the right, you see the July, August season, and that is the summer rains. And what we're looking at here is potentially a change in the seasonality of rainfall. On that left, you see overall in the spring, historically, we see a linear slight drying trend with a strong increase in recent years of flooding. So that shows us that we have a huge degree of uncertainty, much more uncertainty about the future of precipitation in Yemen than we do about temperature. On the other hand, in the summer season, we see a more steady increase, of course, amplified by recent years of flooding. Now we have the highland season. Again, we see very similar wide range of potential projections in the spring with that slight drying trend. and then strong increase in recent years. And then on the right, in the summer, July, August season, we also see that same steady increase, again amplified by really recent flooding events in 2022. So now, what does this mean for human development? The next section, and again, I'm not going to bore you too much with technical details, just to give you broad background. For this section of the report, we use a model called the International Futures Model. We call it IFS for short because we often use it to ask what if questions. Now, the International Futures Model is a integrated assessment modeling platform. It's open source. It's focused on long-term trends, and it represents interactions across 12 core development systems that are displayed here for 188 countries globally. We rely on over 5,000 historical data series, and then we also pull in country-specific data when it's needed. The integrated nature of this model really is what lets us look at, say, for example, how a change in agriculture might affect the economy, affect the environment, affect health. Those economic effects, it can have further on effects on education, for example, on technology, on government effectiveness, and so on. So it's highly integrated, and that's why we use it to answer these questions. We're going to look at a total of 3 scenarios. The first of those is a counterfactual scenario, and that's what we call the no climate scenario. Basically, this is what if climate change from today on doesn't happen? And the way we do that is we turn off a lot of the forward linkages in the model. The second scenario is the climate change scenario, and this is what we really think of as the most likely current path of climate change moving forward. We take the expected base case of the model, which has a dynamically evolving development trajectory, and then we really we intervene through specific pathways that we know from literature, from research, that are likely to be the ways that climate change affects human development in Yemen specifically. So that includes through rising temperature and heat waves and increased water scarcity, we see impacts on health, labor productivity, increase in water stress, agricultural productivity, including effects on fisheries as well as livestock. And then we also have effects from flooding, which again, we expect to see a larger degree of variability in precipitation in the future, sometimes more, sometimes less. But of course, those cycles of flooding and drought can really exacerbate each other. And so from those flooding, we also include reduced food accessibility and infrastructural damage. Finally, we talk about a building resilience scenario. And that's really what we can do if we put in place a concerted and integrated push towards sustainable human development across all kinds of different areas. I'm going to talk about the specific interventions in this scenario in a little bit later, because first we're going to focus on those first 2. Again, we have this no climate counterfactual. We have the expected climate change scenario. Comparing those 2 is what allows us to sort of estimate the effects of climate change specifically. This is not the conflict. This is not the effect of, potential other growth effects. This is specifically the effect that we expect to see from climate change in Yemen. Now, this graph shows a GDP at market exchange rates in billion US dollars. We're looking at about 2017. That's when our model starts, out to 2060. And that top line is that no climate counterfactual scenario. The bottom green line is our climate change scenario. Now, we do project continued growth. This scenario does not assume that conflict gets worse. It assumes kind of a simmering, constant level of conflict. So we don't expect that climate change itself will have a drastic acute effect on economic growth, like, for example, the start of war in 2014, 2015 had. But we do expect by 2060, climate change will lower overall GDP by 10% compared to a no climate scenario, compared to the counterfactual, which is significant, it is real. And also when you total up all of that lost production, kind of the economic opportunity cost almost of continued climate change, we get a production cumulative loss of $93 billion. Now, that's bad for the economy as a whole. We also know that climate change affects the populations most vulnerable the worst. Now, this is the effect of climate change on poverty. We see, again, the no conflict is the blue, that's on the left. The climate change is on the right. We're looking at millions of people living on under the international extreme poverty line of $1.90 a day in 2011 US dollars. If you're keeping up with the World Bank, this year that just changed to the 215 in 2017 US dollars. You can kind of, for this purpose, use those sort of interchangeably. So by 2060, we estimate that climate change increases the extreme poverty rate relative to that no climate scenario by 25%. And that pushes 8.1 million people into poverty who would not have been in the absence of climate change. And that's important. That there's more than 8.1 million people projected in poverty in this scenario. It's about 38. No, I'm sorry, that's the climate change. It's about 31 million people we're projecting, and an additional 8.1 million people we are expecting to be in poverty attributable to climate change. Again, we also expect to see these effects on malnutrition as we see effects on food access and also household income. By 2060, we expect that climate change increases the rate of malnutrition by more than 20% and pushes 3.8 million people into malnutrition who would not have been otherwise. Now, what can we do about that? The building resilience scenario is one that we use to really model or simulate a big package of ambitious, very achievable interventions focused on improving human development and economic development across the board. Now, I'll run through some of these interventions briefly. They include improvements in crop yields and expansion of arable land used for agriculture, improvements in income distribution and caloric distribution, so increasing food access, more rapid recovery of the educational system, expanded access to safely managed water and sanitation with a targeted effort to improve access to those who are worst off, so who have the lowest level of access to those water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. We include accelerated production of renewable energy. We know this is an opportunity in Yemen. Expanded access to electricity, expansion of the road network, an increase in welfare transfers, so directed support to poor households. We also include some maybe not so directly climate change oriented interventions like improved security through a reduction in the probability and magnitude of conflict. We know that has a huge impact on the future of human development and is a really important component to any future plan for Yemen. We include increased government effectiveness as through the world governance indicators, the World Bank's governance measures, and an increase in the female labor force participation rate, bringing more women into the workforce and giving them more economic empowerment and opportunity. So what does this do? We're looking at now the same GDP graph that we looked at earlier. Now we have this top red line, and that represents the building resilience scenario. We see even from early years, it accelerates economic growth, but this really shows the long-term benefits of investments that can happen now. By 2060, we project that this building resilience scenario increases GDP by 30%. And those cumulative gains, so the increase each year added up and added up and added up, cumulative losses were about 93 billion. The cumulative gains above the current or above the climate change scenario, the expected future, total 400 billion. So 4 times the loss that we expect to get from climate change. In terms of poverty, this building resilient scenario lowers the poverty rate by 20 percentage points and pulls 15 million people out from the extreme poverty threshold. And in terms of malnutrition, it lowers the rate of malnutrition again by more than 20 percentage points, pulling 13 million people out of that malnourished state. So what can we get from all this? Climate change is what we sometimes call at the Party Center an uncertainty multiplier. Yemen is still in quite a precarious state and highly vulnerable to additional risks, and there's still a lot we don't know about the degree of climate change that the world will experience and endure, and about how that climate change might affect human development in Yemen. We do have a very high degree of confidence that climate change will lead to rising temperatures, and we also expect greater variability in precipitation, leading to more flooding and droughts, and these changes have serious implications for human health and development. We know climate change is likely to slow economic growth and increase both poverty and malnutrition in the long run. But there's also still time to change that trajectory. If Yemen can successfully build resilience to these challenges, it can reduce poverty and malnutrition by more than a third, while growing the economy by nearly as much. I'm going to end with a set of very broad recommendations from this work that are meant to support strategizing and prioritizing interventions. Very specific policy recommendations are out of the scope of this particular analysis. I'm not here to tell Yemen's very specific policy guidance, right? That all depends on the context in the region, that depends on the context for the specific populations. But we can take away some broad recommendations from this kind of work. One is to prioritize food security and accessibility for the poor. Yemen is and will continue to be, in even our optimistic scenarios, imports for food in the foreseeable future. And that makes it really vulnerable to changes in both its own agricultural production as a result of climate change and to global food prices, which we expect will increase as a result of climate change. And this means this is a huge priority. Two, we recommend emphasizing and investing in water security. Yemen is not running out of water because of climate change, but climate change will absolutely speed up that process. We recommend continuing efforts to reach a peaceful end to the conflict and improve security. We know that a truly resilient Yemen is a peaceful Yemen. Work we did at the Party Center with UNDP Yemen has already shown that conflict to date and conflict in the future will continue to have incredibly severe consequences on human development, especially if it escalates again. But we also know that improvements to security and government effectiveness could affect these outcomes across the board. We know that investing in women's empowerment is really important here. Women are already vulnerable and stand to suffer disproportionately from the effects of climate change. So protecting and directing policies to help women and girls specifically will be vital to both mitigating the effect of climate change and at the same time, economic and social empowerment of women represents a significant opportunity to build peace, resilience, and prosperity for the country as a whole. And finally, we need to call on the international community to support Yemen. This scenario, this kind of a scenario, these policies require significant financial resources in a country that's already experiencing, as we know, one of the world's worst humanitarian and development crises, while being one of the most vulnerable to climate change. At this conference at COP last year, the countries agreed to provide funding for loss and damage suffered by vulnerable countries. This and other commitments will be critical to saving lives and alleviating human suffering resulting from climate change in the future. At the same time, it will be essential to improve capacities to access and mobilize climate financing within the country. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Tawfiq, I believe, who will lead our panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Taylor, for this thorough presentation. Yes, exactly. Thank you once again for breaking down the report and presenting to us the findings, which I believe will serve as a perfect platform as we delve deeper into the conversations with our panelists. We really couldn't have a better panel to be discussing this report today. So please welcome them to the stage. Mohammed Al Atoum is UNDP's climate change consultant and the founder of Evidence and Evaluation Consulting. Mr. Naguib Nu'man, who is the Deputy Minister of the Water Sector and at the Ministry of Water and Environment. Please. Mr. Abdullah Saif. Mr. Abdul Saif, who is UNDP's team leader for the Office for the Oversight Support Team. Abdul Saif. And then we do have Anwar Nu'man, who is the climate change consultant and an advisor for Environment Protection Authority at Yemen. And last but not the least, we do have Mr. Abdul Wahid Arman, who is the director of the Climate Change Unit at the Environment Protection Authority. So, one note before we start off, due to the limitation of time, I would kindly request our colleagues, the panelists, to be as brief as possible, so that we end in time. Let me start with Mr. Mohammed Al Atoum. After seeing all the adverse impacts of climate change and the scenarios that we have, one question that comes to mind: how could we position the government of Yemen, UNDP, as well as development partners in addressing the challenges and adverse impacts of climate change in Yemen? Over to you.
Thank you, Tawfiq. That's a big question, and already we have got some of the answer in the previous talks. So Yemen is a particularly complex situation where we have climate change impacts. We have also conflicts going on, as the Prime Minister said. So when we think about strategic positioning ourselves, we need to keep all of these factors in mind. So we can't think of one or the other. We have to, our solutions will have to be integrated in a way to address both together. You could call it, for example, climate peace nexus, or you could call it whatever it's called. But at the end of the day, we need to keep those elements in mind. We need to keep in mind that there is a conflict and there is also climate impact. And those two elements, one rebound on the other, which means the conflict in one way will cause degradation on ecosystem services, on natural resources. On the other side, climate change impacts will drive further conflict over resources as well. So those two things, I think, will go together in an excess approach in the way we position ourselves. That's one thing. The other thing I would like to comment on when we talk about strategic positioning is the argument happening with whether we do adaptation or mitigation. It's not one way or the other. It's both. We can, yes, Yemen is not a big country in terms of greenhouse gases emissions, but we cannot afford until it becomes one, and then we start thinking about mitigation. I think climate smart solutions, sustainable energy solutions that we have by climate change through the climate smart applications offer genuine opportunities for Yemen to overcome some of the basic needs, such as energy or access to electricity. We know of now that less than 48% of the Yemeni population have access to electricity. So you could imagine the small climate solutions that we have, like mini grids or macro grids, or all of these solar energy solutions that we have, what role they can play in facilitating access to the electricity in Yemen. So again, it's not one or the another. So we have heard a lot this morning about the impacts of climate change on livelihood, on the extreme climate events, the floods in 2020, the floods in its own caused, more than 300 people have been impacted by losing their homes, losing their livelihoods, losing their, jobs, and so on. So the impacts are really there. What we need to be thinking of is, I don't like the term nexus, but I think it really, whether we call it nexus or whether we call it something else, but we need to think of integrated solutions where we have energy, food security, water all together. And as far as complex as this looks, but it is really simple solution by providing simple solutions for the farmers, for example, to be able to use renewable energy for food processing, for example. So it's not a complex, it's a complex by concept, but it's simple when it comes to solutions. We need to keep it simple so it works. So I think also on the renewable in the climate change, I have been working with UNDP to set some climate change priorities for UNDP in Yemen in the coming few years, and there are lots that we can address in terms of renewable energy, and making sure that we have enough policy framework that attract private sector to come in and invest in renewable energy in Yemen. There are lots of risks, financial risks, political risks, and so on. Risks that face investments, those kind of investments in Yemen, and UNDP could provide its support, technical support to analyze those risks and provide a de-risking approach for those two, so we can bring on board the private sector. In the interest of time, I'll stop there. I know you're looking at me, but the 3 minutes. But those, I think, there's kind of the priorities we can focus on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. It's much appreciated. This makes me a bit interested to zoom in more and get some focus on the water scarcity in Yemen. Water scarcity.
Meeting, so that maybe okay.
Getting back to our discussion, colleagues, I would like to get a bit more focused on the water scarcity problem in Yemen. Water scarcity is a chronic and fundamental problem in Yemen, which Yemen has been struggling with. We really would like to hear some reflections from Mr. Naguib Nu'man, the Deputy Minister of the Water Sector, on the sustainable solutions to the scarcity of water in Yemen.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to be with you today. Excuse me, I will speak in Arabic, then Tawfiq, he will translate. That may be easier than to speak in English. Excuse me, please. طبعا بالنسبة للعرض، العرض كان كافي وغطى تقريبا كل القضايا بما فيه قضايا المياه وقضايا الأمطار.
The presentation has covered all the aspects related to the water sector.
ولهذا أنا سأتحدث عن جزئية فقط تختص بمياه الشرب.
I'll only focus on one aspect which relates to the drinking water.
طبعا احنا الآن نبحث في آخر الحلول كما يقال، اللي هي آخر الحلول هي تحلية المياه.
We are looking at the final solutions, which is the desalination.
تم الحديث عن التغيرات المناخية وآثارها على الموارد المائية والجفاف وإلى آخره.
We have seen the impacts of climate change on the water resources management.
حقيقة نحن عندنا 3 اتجاهات رئيسية اللي هي بتمثل سياسة بالنسبة لنا في هذا الاتجاه.
We have 3 trends which we think or believe that it will be a main priority for us at the ministry.
اللي هي المياه المتجددة أو مياه الأمطار.
The surface water.
وهذا الموضوع طبعا نقوم بالتعاون UNDP.
It's okay. The rainwater, which is
متجددة اللي تتمثل في الأمطار.
water resources.
لا تتمثل في الأمطار بشكل أساسي يعني.
Yeah, and these are the main thing for us. Okay.
وعملنا خطوات في هذا الجانب مع UNDP وخطوة كانت ممتازة وشخصنا القضية على نحو إنجاز.
And we have made some progress with support from UNDP by identifying the problem and identifying the solutions that can be taken into consideration to address this issue.
هذه دراسة تخصص الوضع على اعتبار أنه بالنسبة للمياه الجوفية تكاد تكون مستنزفة في اليمن.
This was carried out by UNDP, and Mr. Najib is referring to the holistic approach to addressing water resource management in Yemen. He maintains that the study itself has identified the issues and has indicated that we only need to focus on the renewable water resources. Because the non-renewable water resources are going to be finished soon.
هو في كثير من التعقيدات، هو خيار مناسب، لكن في خيار يعني في تحديات كثيرة من ضمنها التغيرات المناخية.
There are many challenges that we expect to face, including climate change impacts or effects.
أحيانا ممكن تنشئ سد في مكان لكن قد لا تهطل الأمطار في هذه المنطقة، ممكن تهطل في مكان ثاني، وهذا ضمن مشاكل التغيرات المناخية اللي نواجهها الآن.
You might construct a dam, for example, in one specific location, while the rain comes to another location, and which is an impact of climate change, and that's an issue at hand.
هذا الخيار مهم لكنه يواجه تحديات كبيرة، ولكن علينا أن نستمر.
We are supposed to continue. We will be facing some of those challenges and also impacts of climate change.
أقرب الحلول في الظروف الحالية اللي هي مياه التحلية.
The closest solutions that we are considering is the desalination.
أصبحت كضرورة ملحة.
That become to consider that option.
لو أخذنا فقط نصيب الفرد من المياه في اليمن اللي هي 55 متر مكعب في السنة مع عام 2030.
The amount of water that, for example, an individual get in Yemen is 55
متر مكعب في السنة مع عام 2030.
meter per year.
نقارن خط الفقر 1000 متر مكعب، يعني الفارق كبير جدا.
The gap or the difference is big when you compare between the poverty line.
المشروع يطرح الآن على يعني بشكل مشترك مع UNDP.
UNDP as well as the Ministry of Water Environment are considering this seriously. To consider desalination.
وبدأنا تحضير ممتاز لبايلوت بروجكت في عدن.
We have started working on a pilot program or project that will be implemented in Aden.
وحقيقة هذا الموضوع غاية في الأهمية، لأنه قضية مشكلة عدن طبعا مشكلة كبيرة.
This is very important, taking into consideration all the issues that face water in the governorate of Aden.
الدراسة التي يتم عملها في مصادر المياه اللي تمون عدن الآن يعني تعطينا صورة سوداوية في الحقيقة.
The study that has been carried out on the water resource management in Aden, gives us a dark future or a dark present.
وهذه أتكلم عن عدن بالذات، نسميها المظلة، لأن حتى الأمطار لا تسقط فيها إلا في حالات نادرة جدا.
We are focusing on Aden because Aden suffers from so many challenges and also issues. Even, for example, rain, which doesn't fall in Aden as well.
أيضا مناطق أخرى في تعز وفي صنعاء، هذه الثلاث العواصم طبعا هي تعاني من هذه المشكلة، لكن احنا ممكن نبدأ خطوة بخطوة.
Where we can also consider desalination. However, we can start step by step by carrying out such pilot project to see the feasibility and also the success of the project.
على الدراسة التي يتم عملها حاليا مع UNDP بالنسبة للمياه المتجددة، نعمل أيضا على حماية ما تبقى من المياه الجوفية بقدر الاستطاعة.
Considering the fact that, considering the study that has been carried out by UNDP and relates to the challenges in water resource management, we are also working on the preservation of groundwater.
بدأنا في مشروع اللي هو يتعلق بالمعلومة لأن المعلومة مهمة.
We have started one component or one project which relates to learning and also which is important to to get and also identify the status, the data which also identifies the status of the situation within the governorate.
نعم طبعا بنا هذا النظام من جديد على آثار الحرب طبعا كل شيء يكشف انتهى.
What we're talking about is being rebuilt again.
أعتقد لا أطول عليكم هذه الثلاث القضايا اللي نعمل عليها الآن وبالتعاون مع UNDP وهذه خطوات ممتازة.
These are the three main priorities that we are working on with support from UNDP, and we believe that these initiatives and also projects are important.
لدينا أيضا شركاء آخرين يعملون معنا في هذا الاتجاه.
We do have partners working with us on this regard.
ونحن نوجه دعوة للجميع.
And we would like to send a call to and also ask for our partners to support us in such initiatives and projects.
وبذات المانحين وشكرا جزيلا.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Naguib. If I may, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Abdul Saif Abdul, talking about the enhancing the human development in Yemen. I really wonder, and I would like to know more about what is your thoughts on that.
I think from my perspective, I'll start with the Yemenis, although I'm Yemeni, but now I'm speaking as an international personnel or civil servant. I think for Yemenis to stop the crisis now. Okay, because if the crisis is going and there's another crisis onset is coming, we cannot manage two crises or more than two crises. I think it's now enough for Yemenis to start resolving the crisis, because without that one, it will be extremely difficult to put any plans or integrated plans that we can see results in the very coming near future. Therefore, what Muhammad has mentioned with regard to the integrated approach, I totally agree, but we require to have peace and stability. We are losing a lot of capacity, financial and non-financial, that are not being invested in the right way. The conflict is taking a lot of resources, both the capacities, the financial and non-financial, towards issues which are not for the benefit of Yemenis for the coming generation. I think for us to build a resilient scenario, as Bella has demonstrated, we need to stop the crisis now and start working together to save the future generation to be able to respond to the challenges. Over.
Thank you so much, Abdul Saif. One point which Taylor has also highlighted is that she is not here to talk about policies and things which are related to the government of Yemen. I really would like to hear more from Mr. Anwar Nu'man on that. I mean, national policies and strategies. I mean, this is just a question that we have in mind. I mean, do we have the policies and strategies in place so that, I mean, they can create the conducive environment for positive change and desired impact? I would like to give you the floor, Anwar. Please carry on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I will try to fly over what I have been asked to say within the 2 minutes given to me. Actually, I would like just to highlight the importance of the coordination between UNDP and the government of Yemen, represented by the Ministry of Water and Environment and Environment Protection Authority. Yemen, since it's ratified the convention in 1996, it started the first step in its preparation of its initial national communication. That was the first step supported by the UNDP. And then it was followed by other activities, including a series of national communications, the second one and the third one as well, which was finalized in 2018. Other activities also in terms of identification of the priority issues for adaptation in Yemen, in preparing for the national adaptation program of action that was also supported through an activity from UNDP, and the identification of Yemen's contribution in terms of the development of the intended nationally determined contribution in 2015. But all these reports previously done were actually done through support of UNDP, and then at the moment we have already we are developing the what is going to be called the long-term low emission development strategy, which will address the mitigation side of the climate work. We have also in the pipeline other projects, and all these policy documents. I think we have already a concrete foundation from these documents that tell us what are the priorities in terms of adaptation, in terms of mitigation. And I think now it is the time to move forward to the real implementation on the ground, to do work based on that priorities identified in the national policies. I will have to stop here because I think the time is limited. And thank you very much.
It's much appreciated. One of the most important institutions in Yemen is the Environment Protection Authority in leading and coordinating and managing the climate change activities in Yemen. We would like to hear from Abdul Wahid Arman on the technical, institutional, as well as financial gaps, if any. Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Indeed, it's very difficult to summarize all the challenges in 1 minute, but indeed, all the challenges or the climate action is actually structured based on what they call it means of implementation, finance, technology, and capacity buildings. So to address climate change, we need to leverage and access climate finance. We need to have a technology, and we need to build our capacities to be on the right track. Currently, the amount of climate finance mobilization to Yemen compared to actual needs and what we need exactly to address the most urgent mitigation and adaptation issues is not enough, is not sufficient. So we need to have more capacity to be able to access more climate finance. Besides the technology and capacity buildings, now we started building our capacities to fulfill the requirements of climate funds and to be eligible to receiving more funds. But a lot of work still needs in order to be in the right track and address the climate change needs. Because as I said, the needs are more than what we have now, and more finance mobilized is needed, more capacity building is needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Taking note of time, I would like to give the floor for 1 minute questions, if any, from the audience here. We'll start with you.
Hello. So yeah, I have seen multiple resources and information that you have already shared. Mahal Badani. I will not call myself as an activist, but yes, I work on the resilience building in X organization here in Yemen, and I designed some strategies there with the team. So our main concern is that the disaster preventions. What are we doing to what is our place in do the disaster preventions and the preparedness of us in the communities, and how can we effectively use the floods to save much more water as we are facing the scarcity of the water here in our country and in our region. We really need to have some action plans immediately. So I'm not sure what's your strategy here, and how can we elaborate together, having all the stakeholders together.
Abdul Saif, over to you.
Just quickly, I'll reply to that one. In Zena's statement, she mentioned that climate change does not have boundaries. Therefore, if you don't have affirmative steps, it's very difficult to have an DRR, disaster reduction. You might have it in different contexts at the subnational level, but that is not enough, because if you have more rains at highlands, it will go to the areas which you don't have access. And this is the issue. That's why in my intervention, I mentioned that we need to stop the crisis now, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult, because climate change is very volatile. It's not like people fighting to each other. It's coming from the nature, and because we people of the world, we destroy the nature by itself.
Another question from our colleague.
Thank you very much. This is Muhammad Saeed, the Executive Director of Nahda Makers Organization, NMO, and also leading the National NGO Forum in Yemen, which established last month. Our question is, is UNDP taking serious actions, including national partners or national NGOs in their strategies and plans, where they preparing for the projects and also implementation and also in monitoring and evaluation, or just it is a partnership between the UNDP and the government without including the national partners? Thank you very much.
Capacity as oversight support team. Over.
I think, Mohammed, you know that we are working very closely. We now have more than 60, 70 NGOs who are working with us. The challenge is that we are working from vacuum. We don't have a national planning framework. Okay? Therefore, what we work based on the current context on the ground. We keep adapting the context, which is keeping changing, and you cannot even predict. Therefore, we cannot have a long-term partnership with NGOs or even with the ministries. Because, for example, 3 years back, there were no severe floodings, but now suddenly we have severe floodings. Okay, and we see that most of the water goes to the sea or to the empty desert, but we are not benefiting. Therefore, we did prepare a strategy on how we can optimal utilization of surface water, but it required huge investment. We have now KFW, which are working with us to try to address in one of the basin, which is Tuba and Abian, for which we can improve recharging of groundwater. I'll stop there and we can discuss later on this.
So much for wrapping up. I really would like to give the floor to Dr. Abdullah Dardari. Over to you, Dr. Abdullah.
Thank you. So I'm not going to address what UNDP Yemen is doing now. Abdo here is, but let me say a few words on what we need to work to do in the next few weeks and months. And that's our agreement. So first of all, we'll pick up from where Denver project has stopped. So our CGE modeler will come to you soon to build on the framework that you have here. We are building a new SAM for Yemen, and it's going to be very important to do so, building on what you have. You did not reach the detailed policies. That makes a lot of sense. When we do the macroeconomic framework that is linked to climate and human development, then we can speak about a national framework. There is no national framework in the country. Today, we don't know if we invest $1 billion here, what is the impact on the rest of the economy, on HDI, on SDGs? We don't know. And therefore, if we don't know that, we will never be able to have strategic thinking and strategic planning. So that's very important. We will build the capacity of the Yemeni ministries to do this interconnected planning and implementation and monitoring and evaluation. One level, that's one. Second, the country needs massive financing, and that financing will not come from grant funding and aid funding. ODA, Official Development Assistance, is drying up. We need to be innovative. How do we create money that goes into development priorities in Yemen? So we need to have an integrated national financing framework, an INFF, which identifies the financial flows coming in and out of the country, and then we, UNDP, can help to bridge the available resources. There's plenty of money looking for good projects if we had good projects. We need bankable projects. We need projects ready to be financed. We need some guarantees. We can help Yemen in doing so. And the third point is, as Abdo said, all of this without peace is at risk. Please think, dear colleagues, if we invest in peace, the return on investment is $900 billion. Which unfortunately in cost benefit, in classical cost benefit analysis does not show. We need to keep in mind what are the economic benefits of peace and the economic benefits of climate finance and climate adaptation, mitigation, and other means. So we make the mistake always that we invest looking at the short-term return on investment, but the actual return on investment for Yemen for climate finance is $900 billion. So that's an extremely important. We are ready to help. We'll continue to help. Thank you very much. Back to you, sir.
Thank you so much. It's only meant to say thank you so much to all of you who have participated in this event. We're grateful to that, and God bless you all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. حياك.
Now more than ever, we, the peoples of the world, need to make a big push to help solve the climate crisis, sharing all those stories, projects, efforts, and visions that can inspire the rest of the world to take action now. For that, we present the Climate Awards, a tool to catalyze the best projects, actions, and photos. The winners will present their works at the
Try that again. Thank you all for joining.
Now more than ever, we, the peoples of the world, need to make solve the climate crisis, sharing all those stories, projects, efforts, and visions that can inspire the rest of the world to take action now. For that, we present the Climate Awards, a tool to catalyze the best projects, actions, and photos. The winners will present their works at the COP28 in Dubai. The Climate Awards has two categories: climate solutions, where people and organizations can show in a video what they are doing to tackle down this crisis. Educational projects, activism, individual actions, all is welcome. The other category is Planet Earth Photography, a photo award to remember the beauty of this planet and all that can be lost if we do not act. You can participate through the Agora Awards app or agoraawards.com. Together, we can save our home.
Yes. Well, wow, I have to say, and welcome to this session on the Climate Awards by Agora. And Agora, as we have just seen, is a platform for worldwide awards that showcases the ingenuity of people everywhere. The Climate Awards, now in their second year, are conducted in support of the United Nations Act Now campaign, which encourages people to integrate sustainable action into their everyday lives. The awards are open to anyone everywhere with the aim of bringing out the best ideas and solutions worldwide. The award we are presenting today is on climate solutions. Over 100 individuals and organizations from dozens of countries submitted videos presenting their projects to tackle the climate crisis. From efforts to protect the ocean and build resilience to climate shocks, to advancing sustainable agriculture and reforestation, the submissions show action and solutions that are driving change. Let's watch a brief video with an overview of the 10 finalists.
The end game is pulling us out of a very extractive, difficult way of living on the planet that is not sustainable and be designing how we live here in ways that are reciprocal and loving of nature and of each other.
The KT greenhouse in a box was designed to solve the challenges of climate risk and the effects of climate change in Indian agriculture. Climate change not only affects people in cities, but more importantly, wipes out huge swaths of agriculture. So there are about 100 million small farmers in India, and they, on average, the Indian government found, lose money from agriculture.
الانبعاثات من التنقل بالسيارة. ثانيا الانبعاثات من النقل الجوي. والآن إجمالي استهلاك الكهرباء والماء. يأتي بعد ذلك الوقود المستهلك في الطهي.
If you do it properly, you give your land enough time to recover. Baskets and baskets of full, beautiful vegetables, cereals, kind of cropping systems. There's so much wealth in it. But you have to condition that land, bring it back into ways where it is alive.
De 2019 à 2023,
Borda a ainsi accompagné 55 425 personnes, dont 14 486 femmes. Le projet Résilience et sécurité alimentaire a renforcé les capacités de résilience des communautés locales fragilisées par les conflits armés et les effets néfastes des changements climatiques.
One cannot make decisions and have definitions of success that is defined by greed, by selfishness, which serves only the human race. To become a contributor towards harmony of a natural world, we need to respect life forms, all life forms on Earth.
Alley cropping with the tree genus Inga turns the problem on its head. This fast-growing tree is planted along the contours of the land in hedgerows. In a matter of months, they grow to form a canopy, shading out most of the weed growth. At the appropriate time, they're pruned back to about chest height, and the leaves are stripped to form a thick carpet of mulch.
So I'm so proud of what we're doing down here on this wildlife corridors, whether it's the hundreds of volunteers who've been down on this farm, our 6 full-time employees, or seeing our shed slowly evolve with the solar system, the nursery, 30,000 trees, 150 species, and the fact that we're having to manage this grass organically is really hard. All of us are learning together how we can manage an unruly landscape organically without synthetic herbicides, without synthetic pesticides, and it really has global relevance and local relevance. We need more low-cost models for regenerating land that make good business sense and not only look after landscapes, but make sure that we can create resilience within the communities that live and support wild areas around the world.
Wonderful, wonderful work that we have seen here just now. And it is now my great pleasure to welcome a panel of wonderful speakers to discuss the awards, but also discuss on how to affect change. And it's my great pleasure to welcome Dia Mirza, actor, producer, UNEP Goodwill Ambassador for India, and SDG advocate. Welcome, Dia, and thanks for being here with us. Next to her, we have Aurélie Kalenga. Aurélie is a jury member and the manager at Africa Climate Reality Project. Thanks for being with us, Aurélie. And Zoe Red is also jury member, and she is the Strategic Partnership Director at Creatives for Climate.
Happy to be here.
And we will hear a little more about that in a minute. And then we have Claire Brooks, jury member as well, and the Global Lead for Sustainability at Google Arts and Culture.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to all of you. And Dia, I would like to start with you. You are an advocate for the Sustainable Development Goals appointed by the UN Secretary General, and you are a passionate champion for nature and for climate action. How are you using your voice to mobilize action? And in doing so, what have you found to be most impactful to make a difference in tackling the climate crisis?
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay, great. It's a combination of a few things. One, I think harnessing the power of storytelling and bringing solutions and spotlighting incredible people and the extraordinary work that they're doing has really built the momentum on creating awareness and, of course, furthering advocacy work in India and around the world. I find that, in the last decade, I've successfully managed to use my social media platforms to truly recognize, spotlight, and celebrate champions across the world, not just in India. because I feel, a climate crisis can feel extremely overwhelming and daunting for a vast majority of people, and so much so that they tend to look away and not want to be a part of the solution, because the situation tends to frighten them so much. But when we share solutions and we share champions and we share the work and the stories of people that are truly impacting lives at a grassroots level, or are, part of different parts of the world, is doing extraordinary work, it really changes the narrative for a lot of people in their own minds and hearts, and it harnesses their own individual potential and makes them participants of action. And the second thing that I find is, there is nothing more powerful than implementing change in your own life. I think one of the things that I've had the advantage of is, you know, because I had access to science, because I was learning through the advocacy work that I was doing with the United Nations Environment Program, I started to implement so many of these changes in my own life. For example, segregating and managing waste, trying to make my co-op a zero waste society, traveling with my own bottle, going everywhere. So now there's a hashtag traveling bottle that's become quite famous. And I see more and more and more people in India traveling with their own bottles, refusing single-use plastics. So I think, or having, whether it's my child's first birthday celebration, helping more people recognize that plastics are mostly made balloons are made mostly with plastic, that it's just harmful to the environment, how our festivals, our personal celebrations can become more environmentally friendly and inclusive. So I think that power of the individual choice is also something that can go the distance. And the third thing, of course, is, you know, the phenomenal work that young people are doing in the country, and the kind of opportunities that we've been able to, as UNEP, as SDG advocates, giving young people a voice at the table and a chance and an opportunity, and especially women, an opportunity to bring their solutions, their interventions, their ideas, and their questions to the front has been, I think, what has really helped evolve the narrative and shape the narrative, and see it going in the direction that it is today.
Thanks so much, Dia, and thank you very much also for being such a champion for inclusiveness yourself. And as you said, really a message of hope, but then also giving people very concrete actions and behaviors that they can integrate. And you just mentioned one example, and that's of course also what the Act Now campaign is doing and encouraging people to do, that these awards are in support of. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dia. And Claire, I would like to go to you next. As sustainability lead at Google Arts and Culture, you work to bring together science, technology, and the arts. That's quite a combo, quite a powerful combo. So, how can this be a force for change across climate, sustainability, and social issues? And also, how did you see this play out in the video submissions you reviewed for this award?
Thank you. So, to answer the first question, so we come from a position of, we're a technology company. The team that I work in is arts and culture, and obviously culture has a big role to play in, to access people in an emotional way. So, how best to have that position that we have of having technology at our fingertips that we can use to tell those stories, to engage with people with such a platform as well. But also, we have so much data in the world. There is so much open source data so we have over 100 partners as part of our program, and these are some of them at NASA, for example. We're actually here with a project around freshwater availability with NASA, because these are data sets that not many people are looking at, or they don't know how to look at. Also, when we think of reports, scientific reports, the IPCC reports, I read through them, but not many people do. One of my jobs is to read through these reports and make sure that I can make digestible ways of understanding the science, but also not just the science, but the solutions, the recommendations. So what are the mitigation methods, the adaptation methods for each of these problems? But how do we communicate that to people by using that emotional force, which is culture and art? And so that's what we do in the program is we work with artists. We create that bridge between scientists, data, technology, and artists to create practical tools online that is free for everyone to use. Anyone that has a network can use these, and they engage people emotionally. Why? Because they also use storytelling. So just to add to your point, storytelling is such a critical element to use right now in this issue. And why? Because yeah, it accesses people in a way that is very difficult when you're just talking about numbers. So that's how we create that bridge, that bridge between data, science, reports, and then stories, visuals, and we enlist the help of artists to do that because they are the best people to do that. So yeah, so that's how we think we can make impact. But then also it's not just engaging with broad audiences; we're also engaging with policymakers. So we come to COP every year with an installation, with a project that also tries to engage with people about the present. People are here running around, going from one session to another, but we tend to forget why we're here. Like, oh, there's a freshwater crisis looming. Yes, the water experts know this. Not everyone's talking about this. It needs to connect to what we're negotiating here. So how do we connect that? By having real world experiences. How do we get to people? Well, what is the water crisis? What is happening? What is our water budget? And that's what we're doing this year, for example. And then to answer your second question, I think so. A lot of these videos, a lot of these films and these solutions really, I felt were really powerful because when we talk about climate change, we talk on a macro level, like a lot of the time, and it feels very distant, the hyper object, right, of our times. And I think going down to the local level, the more micro level, is so helpful as well to kind of look at this from that angle. Really touched me actually. A lot of these films, all of them actually, really did a lot to me. Like I didn't know about these solutions. I didn't know what people were doing. And we need to amplify these voices. We need to find a way to use our platforms. It's our duty, really, to have these big platforms and to amplify these voices as much as possible. So yeah, so thanks for inviting me to be a jury because it was really helpful to see these solutions and feel hopeful as well.
And you emphasize storytelling, and of course that's exactly what we see in these videos, and it goes back also to what Dia said before. I mean, really to engage people through hope. Rather than making it, leaving them alone with this looming crisis. So, and we see this here, and we see these stories of hope in the videos and in the awards. Aurélie, you are with the Climate Reality Project, and it's led by former U.S. Vice President Al Gore. And the project trains and mobilizes grassroots leaders for climate action around the world. In Africa alone, I believe you have a network of over 1,000 climate reality leaders. And last year's winner of the Agora Climate Awards was, in fact, from the African Climate Reality Project. Can you tell us what inspiring stories you have seen on the continent and how they're driving change?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me here today. At ACRP, the African Climate Reality Project, while we believe in the science and the facts, we also believe in storytelling. Especially in the African context. It's a very huge way to preserve our history, to preserve our traditions, our cultures, but also to pass down indigenous knowledge where a lot of the solutions to the climate crisis actually lie. And so ours at ACRP is to really amplify the voices of rural communities, of women, of children who bear the brunt of the climate crisis, but also have a lot of solutions and who are applying it in their own communities. And through the work that we do, as you said, we produced the documentary that won last year's award, African Voices for African Forests, tells a wonderful story about a protagonist, Ewi. She's right here with us today, and how she is leading reforestation work in her community with women and the youth in that community. We also have stories about activists in South Africa. We produced a docu-series called Not on Our Soil, where we talk about the climate crisis through their perspectives and the solutions that they can lean on when it comes to youth or gender or civil society, journalism, and so forth. And we really look at the climate crisis through that lens to come up with some solutions. And just by being on the ground with our community of climate leaders that you do mention, we have more than 2,000 now because actually last month we were in Ghana where we did another training, and we have a lot more climate leaders who are part of our network now. But through doing work with them, we hear about some real life impacts of the crisis, on the ground. We hear about the health impacts that they face because of new coal developments in their communities. We hear about, lack of jobs and lack of resources, and the fact that the finances, the big projects, that were invested in their communities, that were promised to bring financial relief and economic freedom, are actually not yielding any of those results. And we hear about how women continue to have to go to the well to get water, and how, there's no electricity in communities, which makes it unsafe for children. So all these stories are told. It's one thing when we have to relay them, but when you see the person who's affected tell their own stories through a film, through poetry, through art, it makes it a lot more powerful. It also humanizes the climate crisis, because a lot of people think of it as an abstract, big scientific thing with a lot of big words, and they don't see how it really affects people on the ground. And that's why we believe in storytelling, because it really helps to amplify the voices of the people who are most concerned.
Thanks so much, Aurelie. I already realized we're coming back to the same themes. I mean, really telling stories, telling human stories, being inclusive also in what we're showing. You spoke about the efforts of women and also of youth activists, and that is so important. And that's what we see also with the awards. And Zoe, I would now like to turn to you. You are with Creatives for Climate, which is a global nonprofit network of professionals using creativity to advance climate action. And you're also urging the broader communications industry to use its power for good. So, how do you prod this powerful, big industry to shift really their approach? And how do initiatives like this award help advance that mission?
So happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. So I'm Zoe Red. I'm part of Creatives for Climate, which is a global intelligence network of advertisement professionals. And you can imagine that these are the myth builders of our society. So I believe that the stories we continue to tell each other shape our reality. And if we can find a story that we tell at the right time, at the right place, it can be the leverage point of systemic change. And this collective, all these minds together, this intelligence network, aims to help climate solutions because the solutions are out there. And that is what we see also in this great award, that solutions are out there, but most of them are still gathering dust on the shelves of scientific magazines. So the goal of Creators for Climate is to build a bridge between creative professionals, between advertisement, communications, marketing professionals, and the existing solutions that are already out there waiting to scale. And besides that, we focus on how to scale these solutions and make them bigger, we also tend to keep an eye on the problem. So, Creators for Climate is here at COP sharing this tool that we created, which is called the Greenwash Watch. And this tool showcases the shades of greenwashing. These are the marketing tactics that multinational corporations use to act as if they're sustainable, when in fact, nothing in their product or service is. And one of the most common ways of greenwashing is green shifting, which is implying that the consumer is at fault and shifting the blame on them. Gaslighting, exactly. So we can look at the consumer and say, stop using plastic, do your light bulb. And all of that is true. However, we all know that the fossil fuel industry is the main cause of the climate emergency. And we are here in Dubai at COP28, and there is so much we can do. So I and Creators for Climate am sharing this tool with all of the leaders here today so that if you see greenwashing happening, you can just identify it, snap a picture, and share it with hashtag Creators for Climate. And we will ensure that we will keep our industry accountable for real change.
Thanks so much, Zoe, and really an incredible, helpful tool and reminder. I have one in my bag, of course, already, and will apply it widely. But also, thanks for really, making the case for bringing the solutions that we have already talked about to scale through communications, and that, of course, is what you're doing. So thank you all very much. But I think now it's time to come to the awards and the winners. And Aurélie, as one of the jury members, can you reveal, please, the winner of the People's Award? That is the submission that received the most votes on the Agora app.
With pleasure. Thanks so much. So the people have spoken, and the People's Award goes to One Earth.
One Earth it is, and unfortunately they can't be with us here today, but we have a brief video message from co-founder and executive director Justin Winters.
Hello, I'm Justin Winters, co-founder and executive director of One Earth. My team and I are so excited and honored to accept the Climate Solutions Agora Award with the United Nations Act Now campaign. Our mission at One Earth is to empower everyone, everywhere, with the knowledge, inspiration, and opportunity to heal the earth and reclaim our future. We are so grateful to everyone who voted for us. And while we're unable to attend COP28 this year, we are certainly there in spirit and in commitment. At One Earth, we're committed to creating stories that not only inform, but also inspire action across the Earth's incredibly beautiful 185 diverse bioregions. We are continually inspired by the millions of incredible people and organizations doing work around the world to solve the twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss. This award and recognition is truly for them. Thank you again for this recognition, and congrats to all the finalists and participants for their incredible efforts. While COP28 is an important convening, the real action is happening every day by a growing movement of diverse, dedicated, and talented people who believe that we can solve this and that together we can create a vibrant and just future. Thank you.
Wonderful message there from Justin Winters, but now it's up to the jury's award. And Aurélie, if you could tell us who is the jury's winner, please.
The winner for the jury's award is Michael.
Congratulations to Aruacos, and it is now my great honor and pleasure to invite to the stage Callisto Suarez Villafane. Please join us. And I know, Callistos, you need an interpreter. If you would want to speak from the podium. And
Hola, muy buenas tardes para todos. En primer lugar, pues agradecer a todas las personas que me han acompañado y también darles gracias a los jurados por haberme dado esta oportunidad de trabajar, de seguir trabajando. Y también darles gracias a todas las personas que me han seguido a nivel del planeta.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here at COP28. First, I would like to thank to all the people who have given me this recognition, United Nations, Agora, the juries, and all those people who have been supporting me in Europe, America, Asia, and here in the United Arab Emirates.
Yo creo que eso es muy importante entender entre el mundo indígena y el mundo no indígena.
I would like to tell you about the dynamics or experience of indigenous thinking in general.
Eso no quiere decir que del otro lado sea mejor o no, sino cómo trabajar conjuntamente.
He said that it's important to work together, not distinguishing between indigenous and normal people.
Porque en este momento sabemos el problema, la crisis que tenemos a nivel planetario.
Because right now we are in a crisis, in a climate crisis, which is human crisis.
Por eso exigimos, hacemos el llamado la unidad.
That's why we are calling for unity.
No más confrontaciones.
War.
Si queremos lograr cambiar, actuar frente al clima, pues unidad y actuar.
If we want to work for the climate, we need unity, peace.
La responsabilidad de cada individuo, ahí empieza tanto el hombre y las mujeres, ocupar sus roles personalmente.
We need to each one, ladies and gentlemen, all the people have a role, a real role here in the world.
Unificar estos conocimientos, todos tenemos esa responsabilidad, unificar estos conocimientos tanto a nivel pueblos indígenas y no indígenas, científicos, artísticos, todo, unificar y hacer algo por el cambio climático.
Both indigenous and not indigenous people must act. What can we do? Work with people, organizations, governments, make a dialogue of knowledge and work together to save the earth.
Hacemos invitaciones a los líderes mundiales.
We are inviting to the international leaders
Unifiquemos.
on unity.
Extrema derecha es malo, también extrema izquierda también es malo. ¿Cómo trabajar conjuntamente?
We have to work together. People from the left, from the right, we must work together.
Porque el día no lucha contra la noche.
Because the day does not it's against the night.
Así mismo tenemos que ser.
That's we need.
Y eso es el cambio climático y actuar.
We need to act against climate change.
Y ahora, pues, el último.
And now at the end,
¿Qué hacemos?
What can we do?
Porque nos hemos reunido muchos.
Because we have been reunited, talking and talking.
Tenemos que hacer algún compromiso, pequeña escala o gran escala.
We must to do a compromise, small or big scale.
Algunos compromisos personales.
This is a personal compromise.
A ver, ¿qué hacemos?
What can we do?
¿Qué aportamos?
What can we,
En ese sentido, me ofrezco el diálogo con el mundo indígena y no indígena. Sentémonos en la misma mesa y hacer algo.
We must to do a dialogue between the high people and the president and the important people who is here and the indigenous community. We must to act together. We need to talk on the table and first talk, a real talking.
Entonces, por eso avanzamos de las 3 líneas que son la unidad, la paz y la verdad.
That's why we have to act first in through peace and unity.
Porque la unidad es importante.
Because the unity is the most important.
La paz de todos los.
And the peace is important, the peace of all.
Necesitamos estar en paz mismo y también los animales de la naturaleza que estés en paz.
We have to be in peace ourselves and also to be in peace with nature.
No tengamos vergüenza de expresar lo que sentimos. Esa es la verdad.
And we don't have to be fair, to say the truth.
Muchísimas gracias
Thank
para
you.
todos.
Thank you so much.
Callistos, thank you so much for this wonderful and inspiring message. And what better way than to conclude this meeting, this event? I would like to thank our wonderful speakers. I would like to congratulate again all the award winners. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you will join us tomorrow at 4 p.m. for the Planet Earth Photography Award. Thank you all very much.
Oh.
Congratulations. Yeah. There. Yeah, bring him here. Please. Yeah, with all of them. Okay, good. Yeah.
One more at this angle. Thank you.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please. Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. So thank you very much, and a very, very warm welcome to the session on accelerating the development of national knowledge ecosystems. Would it be possible to put that up on there as well? Okay, so sorry, so if folk could have a look at that screen, that's where we'll be focusing. I'll go back a second. Just in terms of the way we'll run this, we're very lucky to have three outstanding panelists and keynote speakers. So I'll start by giving an introduction. We'll then invite the keynote up, and then I'd like to introduce our panelists, and we'll start that discussion. And just to say, I'm very, very grateful for the trouble. It's been, I think, two of our panelists have been traveling through the night because of various flight delays, came straight here rather than to the hotel. So it's very kind of you. So I'd like to give a little bit of an introduction to this session, and I would like to start with a story. This is a picture of a young expecting mother in rural Malawi. She's about to have a baby. This is a very happy time. But let's just see if I can. Oh, sorry, that's not the pointer. Is there a pointer on? Okay, is that it? Okay, great. But she lives in a part of Malawi where there's no electricity. So while this is a happy time, she's going to give birth in a place where there's no electricity. That means there'll be no fridges. That means there'll be no vaccines, no antibiotics if there are infections, and there will be no certain types of anesthetics will not be available. So while this is a happy time, this is a very vulnerable time for mother and child. So what started off with just no electricity. Sorry, what started off with just no electricity now becomes an issue associated with infant mortality and sorry, if you could get that screen back up, and gender equality. We see an absolute divide because there's not the access to energy that's required. The child that is born is a very healthy young soul, and he's just full of life. For the sake of the story, we'll call him Temba, and he goes to school. And unlike in many countries, like in the United Arab Emirates or in many European countries or other places, because there's no access to electricity, there's no access to computers and other devices that are becoming more and more commonplace. And while Temba is a very bright young man, he's immediately locked out of a lot of opportunities. And there's a division that starts to happen. So there are issues associated with inequalities. As you can see as we go through this, almost all of the SDGs are affected by the fact that there is no access to electricity. He goes home. His mom's been at home for an hour or so. Before that, she spent the day collecting fuel wood so that she could cook the food. The home smells very pleasant. It's this lovely sort of smoky smell. But Temba's going to have a cough. He'll have a cough for the rest of his life. We know that well over 1 million people die every year prematurely because of respiratory disease, because this is how folk have to cook. They cook like this because they don't have access to other fuels that are potentially cleaner, such as electricity. Temba himself carries on studying and so on, and he works hard. He has to do this by candlelight because you can't have electric lighting because there's no access to electricity, and he works hard and he gets through and so on. Studies show that it is the case that children that study under candlelight or poor lighting have a far lower success rate going through the same type of schooling as somebody that has access to lighting. So again, we see SDG impacts here with respect to education. But Temba's determined. He gets himself into the local university, and he thinks to himself, I would really like to figure out how we can develop the village that we come from, and maybe even the country more broadly. I mean, how could we think about getting solar panels in there, or gensets, or electricity, or other things? I mean, my mom goes out and works in these fields occasionally when it's a dry, rainy season. There's a lot of crops are lost because you can't get enough water to those fields. If you could just get a pump, for example, that would change the productivity and the potential for development. So he wants to think about how to do this planning. And he goes online and he looks for what's available, and all of the software tools that are available cost a lot of money. He goes to his supervisor. She's a very smart young lecturer, and says, "Look, can I have $10,000 so I can get a license for the software that we need to use just to plan this out and to think about it?" And of course, it's just not possible. So he carries on going through school, through university, and so on. But again, he's determined. So he pushes through. He gets himself into the ministry. This is a picture of a trade mission from I think this was Rwanda in Stockholm, if I'm not mistaken. And I recall there was a young analyst, very similar to the young man that I'm describing, who came there and he was saying, "We've got so much potential, so much potential. There are rivers nearby. We could do micro hydro. We've got so much um, potential for increasing crop growth. It's the case that we could increase economic activity. This is just wonderful." And so, the investors were interested, and they came to and they said, "Well, what's the return on the investment? What's the risk profile of that investment?" Which he was completely unable to answer. And while the investors were interested, it was the case that they didn't have the information and the metrics that they needed. They needed to invest their money, and so they moved on. So again, Temba's determined. He goes out to a management consulting company. He works with some of these potential investors, and they get a report that's done on how the country might develop, what to invest in, where, how much to invest in, how to operate it when you've invested in it. And it's a beautiful report full of glossy pictures and so on, and everybody's happy with it. But a couple of weeks down the line, the oil price changes. And then there are changes with other parts of the energy system. The prices of solar photovoltaics become a lot cheaper. And so that beautiful analysis becomes out of date very, very, very quickly. And because he doesn't have access to the information behind that, it's impossible to go to it and update it and make it nationally appropriate and relevant. So then what he does is he goes along and he sets up a team inside of the ministry, and he works hard. He works with a brilliant organization like the International Atomic Energy Agency, who do technical assistance and capacity building in country. And they start to get this together, and they start to do it really well. But Temba is good. The people that he's recruited into the team are good as well. So in a very short period of time, they get promoted out of that team, and the cycle has to start again. What we would like to present to you today is a break in this cycle, where there are external consultants that potentially come in and leave very quickly without leaving anything behind that could be worked on, where there are knowledge management programs that help to build up the capacity in countries to maintain the human capacity that's required for the countries to have agency to do this work, and where there is software, teaching, and training material readily available to anybody that would like to develop the same. I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker. Carla Cannon is a researcher from Imperial College London as well as Loughborough University. She works in the climate compatible growth program and is a PhD candidate. Carla, would you like to come up, please?
Right. Thank you, Mark, for the kind introduction and for outlining what are the challenges that we face ahead. So, I'd like then to move into what can be the solution and what are some successful story that we've been hearing during these years. So, first off, this draws from a report that we are launching here in this session about how this ecosystem of different elements can support countries to create an energy planning strategy in a very co-creative manner and very accessible manner. So you can find the report on energies on this special issue. This was done with 19 authors around the globe, including some partners from Africa. So as I said, in this report, we outline how there are different levels of engagement that we can go through, from a light attach online introductory courses to more capacity building activities, to curricula for university and in-depth activity in country for the government and others. But let me try to unpack a little bit all of this piece by piece to look what is in this ecosystem. So first of all, we're really keen and we support open source software, data, and we'll see teaching material in a second. So these courses are published on the Open Learn collection on the Open University website. We have 15 courses on different tools and the political economy and other aspects. They are free to access for everyone. So, and the beauty of it is that they are also self-paced and certified. So you can go through them at your own pace, in your own time, after work, at night, and at the end you get a certificate that allow you to prove your skills in an introductory manner. Again, what we have seen in the recent years is that international organizations like the International Energy Agency has used this course in their capacity building activities and for onboarding programs. So many more are picking up on the same process. So then these courses give you just an introductory into into this topic, but you might want to make your skill go a little bit more in depth. So for that, we organize schools, but at the basis of the school there are also tools and data. So let me just quickly go through the data part. So together with the teaching material and the tools, we offer ready to use starter data kit. Those the name was meant to be starter because they are not complete models. We have this available for 69 countries at the moment, covering all mainland Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. So you can pick it up and quickly start your analysis without having to recollect all the data again. That takes is a very time-consuming process. So, but again, this needs to be further worked out and improved. So that's why then people come to these summer schools, international schools that we organize during the year. Currently, we organize 4 of these schools every year. These are capacity building events that last for about 3 weeks, where people they are very competitive schools where we get all the time oversubscribed and we need to turn away a lot of people because we don't have enough human resources to support, enough trainers to support these activities. So as you can see in this picture, there are about 100 people in our last school that we organized in ICTP in Trieste in Italy this summer. A lot of those are official that from government in all Africa that were brought also from the International Energy Agency, C4All, and many other international organizations. So in those schools, as I said, they are very competitive to get in, and you need to have completed the online course that I showed you just a second before to be able to access and to be considered as a candidate, and also to get a letter from your government that states that this is going to actually be used in your country or can be of use. So again, a very competitive process, but still it gets it gets oversubscribed. Then moving on, these people network, of course, as you can imagine. If you get all these people together, they create a network, and then we want to keep that network going. That's why we established a peer-to-peer network on LinkedIn. There are many communities depending on the region. So as we organize training in Latin America and all the various regions, Africa, etc., then there are LinkedIn communities where people, policy analysts and academics, can speak to each other, because sometimes they work in silos and share latest advancement or job opportunities and other things that happen in that in the specific region. You can see on the right an example of someone that completed Kumbuso, the training, and he worked on a model for Zambia. We'll hear on Zambia in a second, also from one of the panelists. So then, as I said, these schools that we organize are the audience is policy analysts and academics. So moving to the academics, the other thing that that we offer are support to develop curricula in the university, using preprints of those online courses that we have, but through a platform that is made for teachers, for people that have to teach the students. We support to research income, publication fee. I'll go into that in a second. And I just wanted to show that this was done as a first time in Loughborough University in the UK, but is being also developed in other places, and we are getting demand from many places, many universities around the world. So stay tuned, because this is coming through. Finally, we support into this ecosystem also the publication fee. We have established a special issue on energy strategy review. So if someone comes to the school, then they can if they want to go the extra mile, they want to publish their research, they can access a discount on the fee, or or complete discount on their fee. Finally, all of this bring us to, as I said, we have always the challenge that we don't have enough trainers. You will hear in a second about this story, but we have established a process to that is called Train the Trainer. So the students that come to our school, then the real champion, and one of them is sitting here in the panel, then go the extra mile again and come back and train friends, colleagues, and from their region. So they become trainers in future school. In this way, we try to enhance the self-sustainability of this process, to make sure that the capacity is embedded in the country and not through external consultancy that come and go away. And we'll hear about that story in a second. All of this leads to our final goal, that is to mobilize concessionary finance in the country in a way that is owned by the country, and that is nationally owned, transparent, and sustainable in the longer term. Just to point at the case of Costa Rica, where with 200K of research fund, 2.6 billion were mobilized in this sense. Again, this closing slide on the higher level, we have these principles. As I said, we move on the national ownership, coherence and inclusivity, and capacity, transparency, and accessibility. These principles have been signed off by 20 organization, as you can see on the right, and many more hopefully will join the party, let's say. Thank you very much. I'll pass it back to the chair.
Carla, thank you very much. And it's the case that a lot of that work comes out of much effort by yourself, but a lot of it is very much from deep partnerships with a number of organizations. And I'd like to introduce the panel now quickly, starting with one of the key international organizations in that space, and that's the International Atomic Energy Agency, where Mr. Hongwei is the director of the Division of Planning, Information, and Knowledge Management in the Department of Nuclear Energy. We'll talk a little bit about the journey that we've been on in developing this infrastructure to make it available. I'd then like to introduce Chilombo Chila, who is an Energy Planning Unit Coordinator at the Cities and Infrastructure Growth for Zambia, an effort that's funded by the FCDO, and we've had the privilege of working together a fair amount, and we'd like to unpack some of those experiences and how you've how those have rolled out in country as well. You saw Michelle Okuti in one of the pictures earlier on. Michelle is from Kenya and has been working as a power planning engineer, looking at generation expansion for the National Electricity Planning Company, as well as working on efforts to underpin the single electricity market that's being developed in Africa and the planning behind that as well, something that the IAEA, together with IRENA, is involved with. But I'd like to turn to you, and first off, thank you very, very much for the time and trouble in making it here. And I'd like to start with yourself, Mr. Hongwei. Could you maybe tell us a little bit, in your opinion, about how important it is for energy planning to be owned by the governments that are doing this? Why is that perhaps more sustainable than short-term consultancy activities? Yeah. While you're untangling the spaghetti at the
Thank you.
bottom there, please also do feel free to spend a couple of minutes reacting to the presentation and to share just
Yeah,
general thoughts.
thank you very much, Mark, and thank you for inviting agency to this side event in the SDG Pavilion. Even it's a short notice, but we are happy to be here because we have a very good cooperation in the past. And I remember in the Glasgow we had also the same cooperation outside the premises of the COP26, I guess, right? And I also like to refer to Carla just show this mechanism, the new mechanism, which is very impressive. I think it's very important to reflect. We need collective efforts to support the countries to meet their needs. Because I would like to mention that the agency, International Atomic Energy Agency, we are very specialized in the nuclear energy sector, but also we have a very unique capacity in the energy planning from 1970s, which start for the purpose of nuclear energy, try to see how we can position nuclear energy in an energy planning of the countries. From there, we develop our capacity. We find out this can be more useful for even for countries who are not nuclear. So we find this a very unique area. We continue to build our capacity over the decades long. And for this, that to show agency has been involved this one together with GCC and other partners to provide capacity building through their mechanism. Congratulations for that one. And talking about the ownership, which you just mentioned, you asked in the question, I think that is important because because when we agency as an international organization within the UN system, we are this policy that we have a capacity, we have analytical tools we can provide to our member states, which has been already disseminated among more than 150 countries. And also other more than 20 international organizations receive this kind of capacity. And we work with and provide a joint capacity building for their member countries. Doing this exercise, we find out at the end of the day, the country will make a decision because they are sovereign right. They have to make a decision based on their effort. So we provide capacity to strengthen their, capacity for this, but we will leave this one to the country to make their decision. So they will do the study. We can provide also technical support to help them to properly use these tools and also to analyze the data from their countries. So I think that ownership is crucial to make sure country at the end, they will make a decision based on their science-based process, not based someone else from outside to give their guidance. Consultancy is always needed, but you cannot be like a dominant role in this process because that is the value of the ownership. Otherwise, country at the end of the day say, okay, this decision was made by someone else from outside, recommended, not made by ourselves. This is also not responsible approach for this long-term planning strategy. Especially, this is also crucial for countries now in try to find a proper way to address this transition. Make sure this transition is just, equitable, and accountable process. So this is my general comments on this.
Thank you very much indeed. That is very helpful. And I just want to, before moving on, also want to state how particularly useful it has been that organizations like the IAEA, but also the International Renewable Energy Agency. We heard about the International Energy Agency, Sustainable Energy for All, SMAP, the United Nations Division for Economic and Social Affairs, and a number of others have been involved in working together to make all of this infrastructure and so on available. And I think it's a testament to the fact that that you're putting the member states governments first and responding to the demands to be able to do that. I think I remember when I worked in the UN, there was a slogan, the UN acting as one, and it was very, very difficult for that to happen. in many instances. But this is a lovely example of that happening. Thank you. Um, I'd like to move on if that is okay, and I perhaps start next with Michelle. Michelle, again, please feel free just to offer your thoughts and where you think this is important and what's missing and where to go and so on. But could you tell us a little bit about the case of Kenya, where there's been a lot of effort spent in building up national capacity to be able to drive planning, and what some of the challenges have been in doing that?
Okay, so thank you so much, Mark and Carla, for the opportunity, even just to give my thoughts on this. First, just before I go to the question, I like the story of Timber. It reminded me of a story my dad, similar story that my dad, rather my dad's experienced in his personal life, because those days, um, my granddad didn't have enough money to take him to school. So he used to make a joke that he didn't wear shoes for the longest time because he would walk a long mile to go to school. So his feet were somehow battered. So when he wore his first shoe, it was like very painful. But then those days we had this mission. Teachers used to be sent to schools from outside, like the UK, to come and teach. So that's how my dad got an opportunity to go through education, because somebody from out there came and sponsored his education. And so this is what I feel lacks in a lot of these instances, the opportunity, because somebody has all these ideas. They understand what the issue is locally, but there's no opportunity to voice that somewhere where somebody will actually stop and listen. So I think for us, in the Kenyan case, this is what has happened. There has been an opportunity that has been provided, either whether it has been direct, because in our case it was direct. CCG came and partnered with us locally, took us through some trainings, and also indirect, where now the summer schools also offer a similar platform where people from the country come, and specifically those who work closely with these kinds of things, that is energy planners, the community of decision makers. It allows them a chance to understand more the need to have these kinds of processes within the plans, where you're actually looking at not just critical thinking, but you're able to just go through step by step um, um, some of these articulated ideas, look at those open source models that Carla talked about, and see the output, and maybe sometimes trigger some of those ideas that you thought were initially so good that maybe might not have been, they just needed a little bit of, you know, being cut around the edges, that it can be a very better idea. And also just understand where the interactions lie. I think for the longest time, because I am in the energy sector, we work very single-handedly. So we have these many sectors within the energy system or the energy space, but everyone is working on their own. Nobody understands how this decision that I'm making for my sector will impact decision made, or will impact maybe not a decision, but just the workflow process in a totally different sector. So I think that has also been sort of displayed in these forums, in the summer schools, and also the way CCG has come and partnered with us through the power sector, just learning the modeling work mainly, and also just how that also impacts the larger space of the energy sector, and knowing that you cannot work on your own, that you need to come together. So it has also forced us actually to come together and think about it better, understanding where the synergies lie, and how we can better improve the planning process within the sector.
Thank you very much indeed. That's very, very useful. And one thing that I think is potentially just well, something that I think has a lot of potential looking into the future as well, is because you'll be working with international organizations for a number of years to come as well. The fact that there's this common basis and that you're building up skills also means that there's the potential for us to learn from your experience and so on as these are developed. And I'd like to go back to that in just a minute. But before doing that, Chilombo and Michelle have not slept since leaving their home. So we're incredibly grateful that you came here and so on, and giving far more sensible comments than, I could have lots of sleep and I wouldn't be able to give such sensible, heartfelt feedback. But Chilombo, a lot of the processes starting in Zambia right now that's similar. What do you see as some of the challenges in getting started, let's say? And I think interesting is that you've just come off developing an IRP, which is fantastic news and well done. But then there are also challenges around interministerial coordination and being able to coordinate with international partners and so on.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to speak. To mention, Zambia has had its own fair of failures in terms of energy planning. So this is from the Power Systems Development Master Plan that was developed in 2010, which it was developed by consultants, the Japanese. So it looked at supply and transmission, didn't consider demand side management, neither did it consider climate change, job creation, and social inclusion. So things evolved, and we have this plan that's static, and the consultants had left. So then, how do we solve that? So we decided, the government decided to now develop the integrated resource plan for electricity. And now we thought, what approach are we going to take that is going to ensure that this plan is sustainable and that we update according to the emerging trends globally, as well as the influences of political environment in Zambia. So there's a lot of, we took the approach of institutional capacity building. So we identified key technocrats who were seconded to the project to be part of this modeling process to promote ownership of this project. So initially there were international consultants who were involved, but now that the IRP is fully owned by the Ministry of Energy, we thought the team that was involved be part of this process going forward, eliminating at this stage the consultants. So I feel CCG came at the right time, because then we looked at which key stakeholders are important to this process. So initially there were challenges of picking stakeholders to be part of this process that not show up because of maybe competing needs. But I think communication was very important for this to work. So we wrote to them and involved them in the process to just explain how important it is for them to be part of this process. So I think the key institution was Ministry of Finance, because after the plan is developed, they are the ones who have to lobby for funds for this plan. And if they're missing out of this process, they might not really understand what they're fighting for in terms of financing. So in the ongoing capacity building for energy modeling osmosis, I think it's been a great turnout. We've had Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Infrastructure, ZESCO, Ministry of Planning and Information, and as well as green economies. So it's kind of solved the problem, the challenge that we were facing. And they've been consistent with being part of this training. So for now, I hope we've solved the problem, but I feel there's more that can be done to just ensure that these ministries are motivated to understand what we're doing in the energy sector. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful, and I think apart from the tools and so on that excellent organizations like the IAEA, IRENA, SMAP, and others that help us develop and to put out there, the workflows and who to organize and how to fit things together is critical. So maybe if I could move on to back to the agency and so on. So uh, folks say CCG quite often when they're talking about the project and so on that we've been working on. In reality, CCGs are a combination of partners and partnerships where we've built things up. So we're certainly not doing that in a vacuum. But could you maybe tell us a little bit where you think it would be helpful for universities to be able to engage? Are there some areas where both in member states that are developing capacity and so on, but also maybe member states where things are a little bit mature, as well as where you see some of the challenges and actions that we need to take to help improve some of the international coordination, let's say.
Thank you, Mark. I think before I respond to your question, I would like to give us a little bit background about the agency's capacity building. And as I mentioned earlier, that we have this capacity, and in the implementation process, we actually through our technical cooperation project, which has a national project, regional project, and interregional project, try to use a different mechanism to deliver this capacity among the member states, and also supporting our partners in the UN international organizations to provide to strengthen their capacity for training. And we just give an example, give a number that is in 2022. We conduct 51 training activities and benefit more than 350 professionals from more than 60 countries just in 1 year. Just give an example, in the energy planning, we have many other topical training and capacity building activities. So talking about this collaboration, and especially down how we can further improve this coordination, because we understand that energy planning, especially modeling process, is very complicated. A lot of uncertainties there. So people use the tools and play with the data from different sources. Sometimes we try to find a way to make sure this can be very consistent. And there's a lot of discussion among the modelers from agency and other partners. So we seek there is really a necessity to have a more cooperation between international organizations, member states, including the institutions, and including the CCG and others. Try to further improve this collaboration, make sure we can be consistent in all these different capacity buildings. Obviously, many challenges we face, and especially I think the most important thing is about what tool can be recommended, because there are different kind of tools, similar tools available from different providers, modelers, and also the data also very crucial to make sure the result be really reasonable and be reliable and trustable. So that's why I think handling this issue is always a challenging issue for any modelers, for any organization. So that's why we think this is a more reasonable for country, because they have the data from their own. So we provide the capacity, we provide modeling tools, and then let them to use the data. During this process, we can provide technical assistance to make sure this process could be really productive. That's my comment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And that echoes some of the things that Michelle was saying earlier on, where it's really important to have the national capacity to be able to weigh up different options and look at different data ranges and so on, rather than just picking out a singular solution. I'd like to turn back to Carla now, and then Michelle. I'm going to give you a heads up that I'll be asking about your experience as a trainer, because you've gone all the way through to the other side now, and now you're teaching us how to do this better. But Carla, maybe you've been involved in pulling a number of things together. We've had the privilege of working with a large number of international organizations. I think when we look at the starter data kits, there are probably more than 20 in total that contributed to putting that together. Could you tell us a little bit about what was the most rewarding component of putting these things together? What do you think that the next challenges are going to be?
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for your question. I think reflecting back on what was done, one of the main challenge was certainly putting together so many organizations in the same space to work for a common goal, because everyone has their own agenda and indicators they have to follow somehow. So it was very great to see such a collaboration between so many different actors and international actors. And I know that there are a lot of initiative now to continue to do that on different fronts on the capacity building, but also to support more longer term the people that are trained, and not to leave the capacity to stay in country but not to be cultivated. So somehow I guess that the next challenge that we face is to make sure that this is sustained over a longer period, and that people are supported to do the work that they want to do, because sometimes they just don't have enough resources or enough time to dedicate to complete what they've started, and they would like just to finish with their peers. So I think that's the next challenge that we face as let's say global actors, as we are not an international organization. But I'm sure that with our partners we'll unlock some of the things that are still there to be done and support for longer period, and with different modalities. So many people like you that are so keen to learn and to make a difference for your country.
Thank you very much, Carla. And just for folk who are listening, it's the case that we are working on something called a catalyst fund and a flat pack process to help to develop institutional capacity and to maintain that into the future, long into the future, and so on. And perhaps not just to maintain it, but to create a space where that can grow and drive and help to push things. Now, one of the things that's always made that possible, even when there's been no resources, are champions that just push beyond and do more and create the kind of not just build their own capacity, but build capacity of others. So Michelle, we had the privilege of getting you onto the training team relatively early, and you've been involved in training in several of these capacity building efforts now, and it's been really valuable to have your insight too, with respect to what's been done right, what's been done wrong, and how to move forward. I wonder if you wouldn't mind just sharing some of your experience about how it's been working with these different organizations, and if there is something common also about the university academics and the government technocrats that you're training too. Are there some things that we could maybe think about doing together that would help enable what they're doing and to scale the impact?
All right. Let me attempt to answer the last part first. I think what I see happening is that with the universities, they are looking for opportunities for their students, so that their students can have a chance, that they know they are going somewhere where it is already predefined, has been predefined prior to them already going there. So it's like they're trying to create an opportunity that maybe might not exist had this not maybe been brought on board in the first place. So what does that look like? It looks like trying to see what need they can meet in this institution. So if government is looking for modelers, can we then have some of these courses within the universities, embedded within the university, so that we can have our students then apply this knowledge in the government institutions that are looking for these modelers in the first place. They're looking for those kind of ways to collaborate. I mean, even before I joined as a trainer, and when we would have some of the workshops within just locally for building capacity in country, after the training, you'd see a lot of these university lecturers coming back to ask, how can we collaborate? How can we provide a platform for the students, so that after the universities degrees are done or the colleges are over, our students have opportunities to work somewhere or apply this knowledge somewhere, and they're not stuck, they're not irrelevant, because you find that a lot of these courses sometimes in the universities, they don't get updated, so they become irrelevant, you know. So it's like trying to find relevance for the students after they are done with their school studies. So there's a lot of that passion that the universities have. And of course, the governments, of course, are looking for people who they don't need to train. You know, if this can be done already within the school system, then it means somebody comes already not half baked, but fully baked, if I was to use those words loosely. So that maybe is just an attempt to answer your question, Mark. Regarding my experience, but just before I go to that, I just want to point out something similar happened in our case, like in Zambia's case. We came somewhere where we were stuck because of some of the tools that are brought on board by consultants, and they're not able to sustain that capacity building when they feel like there are no more funds in terms of cash payments or whatever, not really whatever, but in terms of, you know, that kind of who is going to pay for this extra work that we are giving beyond that which you've already provided. So that's where we started off from, and that's where CCG came and provided support. I mean, it was one-on-one. I must say, it has never been that way before, at least from where I stand. And so it was a very close, you know, and sustainable way of building capacity until that point where when you leave, when you're left off, you say that this person has worked with me this much, and I'm able to now do it on my own. So I really, really appreciate CCG for this. It's not something that we see out there, especially when it is something that, you know, you don't have to even pay for in the first place. So that said, my experience was through that when CCG came to support us when we were looking for a new tool for our planning, power system planning that we have back at home. And through that, we were introduced to the online courses, which at that time we did with the team that we were working with. And then now I participated in one of the summer schools. But I think at that time I thought I want to sort of ground this knowledge further. So I came back and started doing participating as a trainer. So initially, see, I thought I was trying to build my knowledge and embed my skill. But I think what I gained was even far greater than what I imagined I would gain. You say that I have come to support, but I feel like I was the one learning. Each year I come back because I learned something new and experienced something even more that drives me even more to come. You come and meet these people from different countries within Africa, within the world, within Latin America, and they have these great ideas that are driven by the need to support their systems back at home, driven by the challenges they see faced within their country's context. I mean, I came and learned about transport, which I've never learned before in my life. I came to interact with that, with fossil fuels, because that is the reality of some of these countries that, you know, fossil fuels are not going anywhere. So how do we channel this to meet some of these goals and not really drive an agenda that we know shall never be accepted by anybody in government in this instance. So these are the things that I have interacted with. I have learned. It has been a learning process for me from the students themselves, from the participants, and just trying to put down that knowledge and see how can we turn this around into a plan that somebody, like I said initially, will listen to. And then the last thing I will say is it's also been a way for me to learn how to present some of these plans. I will always say that we Africans have a challenge with this. Every time I see it, it becomes even more clear in my mind that the way of doing these presentations is also something that we learn in the summer schools for me and as well for the participants. So I'm always ready to support and say, this one, no, nobody will listen to this. You need to have some graphs, you need to have some pictures, you need to speak clearly, concisely, get to the point. I mean, those are skills that I don't think you learn anywhere, at least not from where I stand off from. So it's been that has been my experience. That has been my what can I call it? Just what I have seen and what I have also gained in the summer schools.
Oh, thank you very much. Chilombo, moving back to yourself. So it's an exciting time in Zambia now. There are a lot of options and so on with respect to taking the integrated resource and electricity planning to the next level, potential to develop things inside of the universities and other courses. And you were talking about linking up from energy ministry to finance ministry, then to getting funding. What do you think the most important immediate next steps are, and what would you be looking to do into the longer term?
Okay, thank you for that. So I think last year I got a chance to present a proposal to establishing an energy planning center for Zambia. And this was a way of sustaining the IRP, but also looking at broader energy planning, because the IRP is for the electricity sector only. So meaning it's power systems planning. So we're trying to expand the scope. And how can we do this? And how can we make sure that the skills that are learned are more like in a central location? And by doing that, we thought we should establish an energy planning unit. And it takes a lot of time. And I want to thank Philip. He was with us through this process, and it turned out to be very positive because the energy sector realized that this is a need. There was no two ways about it. But we have to talk about financing. So I think support and financing is very important, because if for some reason we did not get an extension through the FCDO, this dream would have been not immediate, as we want it to be. So other than that, I think there's been a lot of support even from the State House. We have the planning um, implementation unit that has been fully involved, because then they understand that the energy sector does not have a strategic plan for the electricity sector. And this is one of the things that we can use going forward to even be able to get more investment in the energy sector. So these are our next steps. And other than that, I think what's worked well, during the process, we realized some challenges, in capacity building. There's soft capacity building and long-term capacity building. So the disadvantage of soft capacity building is people get trained and just forget go about their daily lives. But with the CCG, we came up with a long-term plan in capacity building. So we signed, and it's a good thing to mention that the Ministry of Justice approved the MOU that we proposed amongst the three institutions: the Ministry of Energy, CCG, and CIG. So with this, it's an 18-month period to make sure that whatever skills are developed will be used for updating the IRP, considering other factors that we are going to bring in. So those are our next steps, and I'm sure you'll be seeing a lot of us around, just trying to get more funding and see if we can expand the scope even to institutions like UNZA, bringing in more people to be part of this process. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to turn over to the panel to close us off in a minute and to just provide us with 30 seconds of what they think are the most important takeaways and challenges that we need to overcome together. Before I do that, I do want to thank our funders and so on. So the Climate Compatible Growth Program is an FCDO funded program, and very grateful for the opportunity to be able to work together in a program that engages with partners in the way that it does. I should mention that the partners have contributed millions of dollars worth of they've contributed millions of dollars in kind often. So, for example, the International Atomic Energy Agency, to name one, and there are a lot of there are lots of them, open sourced and provided tools and data and other things, so we could pack them into these kits and so on that could be used in country and for teaching and so on. So that's incredibly valuable and appreciated across the board with our international partners. But one thing that is invaluable is our champions who are taking this to the next level and helping chart a path that I think will be able to scale and will make a very long-term difference, not just in the countries that you're working in, but beyond that. So I'd like to hand back to folk. Maybe I'll start with the order that we started in. So Carla, Wei, Chilumbo, and we'll end with yourself, Michelle.
Thank you, Mark. So yeah, as a final remark, as we heard also from Michelle and others, is great. Thanks for your comments, Chilombo, and the agency. But I see that the challenge that we face as is really to join forces with other organization and local institution like yours, and support these young talents that are out there, and they are really keen, but they just need just a little bit more to unlock all the opportunities that the world offer to them. So I'd be really keen to work with others. It's an open invite for other organizations to join us and to connect with us and try to do this together, because as someone said, sometime over there is a statement that he likes always to make. We cannot go anywhere if we go alone. At least we cannot go. We can go fast if we go alone, right? And if we want to go together, we can go far. So I'd like to steal that quote, and yeah, looking forward to supporting university and others to really unlock this potential that sits there. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much. I would like to take a chance also thank CCG and other colleagues to give us so much complimentary words to the agency for our work. And I think I would like to refer to one paper, which actually we all know or aware that is the paper talking about energy long-term energy strategy, 5 principles, which agency is one of the signatories for that. We believe that reflection the challenges we are facing, how we can work together to address it. I think most of them has been addressed, has been touched upon during this conversation. I'd like to emphasize one thing, that is the robustness, because also relevant to other sustainable topics, how we can make sure this process, collective effort, can be sustainable. So that's why I think the agency, we have been doing this together with our partners. Every year we review our tours and get our experts, consultants to support us, make sure our tours can be adapted to the changing landscape, to addressing the new issues coming from climate change and also other clean energy transition policy requirements. All these things has been reflected in our process, make sure our tour can be really adaptive to all these changes. Thank you very much for the opportunity for us.
Thank you. Chilumbo.
Yeah, so I feel that we need a lot of people to be trained, because I think I'll look back to your story about Temba, and I think Kumbuso is the Temba because he's a brilliant gentleman who got the skills, but now he's in the UK. I'm sure you know about this. So it leaves a gap. It leaves a gap for Zambia. So we feel there's more that can be done for Zambia, and we are more than willing to support this as a hub to just link all the key stakeholders who are going to be part of this process. So, and for this chance to speak, I think, well, my team passes their regards, and it's an opportunity for us to really tell people what we are about to do, and if there are any lessons that we might not see even in the short term, medium, and long term, I think we're very open to learn and probably have more engagements, and of course engage with CCG even on our data management, because that was one of the gaps that we want to try and bridge going forward. So we are going to be knocking on your doors very often. And thank you so much for the support that you have rendered so far. Thank you.
No, thank you. And we're looking forward to a few years' time when people are going to be knocking on your doors to figure out what you did and how you got it to work. Michelle.
Yes, I'll just get my closing remark will be based on something I said in the last summer school in Italy. One of the trainers was asking, we were chatting, and I was telling one of the trainers that sometimes I don't necessarily, may not necessarily work with the fastest or the ones who will quickly pick up something, but I'll work with that slow one who maybe not be so well conversant with Excel until we get to where we want to go, because I believe in giving people chances, because I think that in that way somebody will give me a chance. But just drawn from that, I think that this is where no consultant will ever give what we have gained, even through CCG, because they come down to your level of what exactly do you need? How can we work to meet this need? And as we are working to meet this need, what is working for us? Can we do away with that? Can we take along what then should work that we might need meet this need? And sometimes the need changes. Can we allow that to change so that we can still progress to to give you what you need? You see, for me, I feel it's not about the skill that maybe one may not have, but it's what one has that can be channeled in the proper place to get where we need to go. Thank you.
No, thank you very, very much indeed. For both of yourselves, it was amazing considering that you've not slept in the last 24 hours and just yeah. Uh, but I would like to end off with a big thank you for our champions, our international organizations. The IAEA is here, but there are many that are not here that have been contributing as well. Our funders, as well as folk in the audience. Thank you very much. Mhm.
Okay. Hello, good evening, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining United Nations University's side event at the SDG Pavilion entitled Synergetic Approach for Environmental Sustainability and Just Transition, a follow-up to Think 7 Summit 2023. My name is Akio Takemoto, Head of Program and Administration at UNU Institute for Advanced Study of Sustainability based in Tokyo. So today we have a lot of, eminent experts for the speakers to talk about just transition to achieve the goal of Paris Agreement Sustainable Development Goals. So to start, I'd like to invite Dr. Edel Günther, Director of UNU Institute for Integrated Management of Material Fluxes and of Resources, UNL Flores. The floor I use Dr. Edel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Is that okay? Thank you. So, distinguished guests, colleagues, and all visitors, welcome to this session this evening. It's for me, coming from Germany, it's a great pleasure to open this session that was organized by our institute from Japan. Japan is very close to my heart. I had a professorship in Kobe, so I'm really pleased to support here. The world is on a precarious path, and unless dramatic action is taken, we really need this. We won't be able to reach the 1.5 goal. We all know this. And we also see that the food and energy crisis jeopardizes the most vulnerable communities. And therefore, we need action. And this is what we want to discuss today. And therefore, this year, the Think 7 Summit and the fourth Global Climate and SDGs Synergy Conference highlighted the need to maximize the interlinkages between the SDGs and the Paris Agreement through synergistic implementation while ensuring a just and equitable future. They emphasized also to coordinate efforts to create synergies and ensure that no one is left behind and that we all collaborate. We all must collaboratively work towards this just transition in energy and food systems, but not only energy and food, but also industrial structures, labor markets, to reduce trade-offs, to enhance synergies between climate, economic growth, and sustainable and social stability, the nexus of those three. Massive investments in renewable energies are needed to realize carbon neutrality by the middle of this century. And I was really pleased to hear the many pledges we already heard of during those first days of the COP. So politicians are willing to support, and we need these funds for climate action. Any action to accelerate these investments should go hand in hand with efforts to improve human well-being and safeguard biodiversity. So the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity, and pollution must be addressed. And that also means that we always have to keep in mind the nexus of those different goals. But it's not only about money, it's not only about financial resources, but it's also about human resources. We need knowledge to understand the complex challenges involved in delivering a coherent, integrated, and collaborative approach. United Nations University is uniquely placed to mobilize this knowledge and bridge the gap between researchers and policymakers. So the science policy interface in the global north and in the global south. So we have two linkages, science and policy, and global north and global south. We are committed as UNU to advance just transition to interdisciplinary research and innovative capacity building and education programs. These include a new, and this is something you might not yet have heard of, a new postgraduate degree specialization on the Paris Agreement, launched this September by the United Nations University Institute for Advanced Study of Sustainability, UNU-IAS, in Tokyo. It develops knowledge and hands-on skills for implementing the Paris Agreement through coursework and practicum training. So all of you who are interested and also listening out there, would be interesting. I would like to conclude with one key message. Many of the issues that have been discussed already or will be discussed at COP, from the pathway to meet climate goals and boost clean energy capacity to financing the costs of climate change, require synergies in actions and in solutions. Implementation must be driven forward by climate SDG actions that embody shared responsibility. And there is a huge body of research on the so-called bystander effect. So it's someone else's task. So we all have to share this responsibility. Inclusiveness and solidarity, leaving no one behind in the face of adversity. I wish you fruitful and also creative discussion, and let's now continue with the next steps. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Dale, for your excellent speech. So the next, I'd like to invite His Excellency Dr. Alu Dohon, Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, for opening remarks. So floor is yours, His Excellency. Your Excellency.
Thank you, distinguished speakers, participants, including who join us, I think, virtually from Japan and other worlds. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that 8 years ago, countries signed a Paris Agreement at COP, and at the global level, we agreed, to control the global climate change toward 2 degrees up to 1.5 degrees. Indonesia is highly committed, to implement this Paris Agreement. So that's why we submitted two major documents. First is we call it nationally determined contribution, where we express our, commitment to reduce emission with 32.89% with our own effort, the enhanced NDC right now. And also, if there is international commitment, our pledge become 43.2%. And the second document, actually, we submitted to UNFCCC. We call that a long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilient 2050, where Indonesia committed to achieve net zero by 2060 or even sooner. And with this enhanced NDC that we submitted in last September this year, we take into account, we call it sustainable development goals. In particular, taking urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Among others, first is access to affordable, reliable, and renewable energy for all, as well as the second is sustain inclusive, sustainable economic growth. So, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, transition to a low carbon and climate resilient would words must occur at scale and speed never be attempted. Although many high carbon sectors, such as the coal industry, are already undergoing structural transition, such steps must be taken across sectors and economies to achieve ambitious targets set in international climate agreements. In Indonesia context, a just transition is a way to manage changes in a human aspect in responding to climate change, both in reducing emission and adapting to its impacts. As an integral part of the transition to achieve national development priorities and low carbon development. Moreover, in parallel with the reduction of emission in forestry and land use sectors, so we call it FOLU, industrial and waste sectors, Indonesia's energy sector is attempting to enhance its already significant roles in achieving and enhance NDC target. The energy sector is a progressively reducing GHG through a mixed energy use policy. Indonesia has also established the development of clean energy sources as a national policy directive. Collectively, this policy will eventually put Indonesia on the path to decarbonization. The government regulation number 79 2014 on national energy policy sets out the ambition to transform by 2025 and 2050 the primary energy supply mix with share as follow. First, new and renewable energy at least 20 in 2025 and at least 31% in 2050. Second, oil should be less than 25% in 2025 and less than 20% in 2050. And thirdly, coal should be minimized at 30% in 2025 and minimum 25% in 2050. And finally, gas should be minimum 20% in 2025 and minimum 24% in 2050. The government also promulgated Presidential Regulation number 22 2017 on National Energy Grant Plan, which mandated targets of 23% new and renewable energy in national energy mix by 2025 and 1% reduction in energy intensity per year. Moreover, efforts in achieving emission reduction target also supported by the implementation of regulation on electricity supply business plan that prioritizes development of new and renewable energy, implementation of minimum energy performance standard for appliances, as well as the development of new and renewable energy in Indonesia. At the moment, among the top global economies, Indonesia is one of the countries pioneering fossil fuel subsidy reform policy. It has succeeded to revoke fossil fuel subsidies and reallocating it for education, health, social assistance, infrastructure, including renewable energy project and public transport. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, our emphasis on energy transition is a crucial in lowering emission in the sectors. Despite the challenging and complex global events affecting the interaction and configuration of perceived energy resources, Indonesia is committed to this shift. Therefore, the country has initiated the Just Energy Transition or JETP, program to realize ambitious energy transition goals. Launched during the G20 presidency, Indonesia presidency, JETP will continue to be refined as a key pathway for Indonesia's energy transition, aligns with commitment in enhanced NDC target and aim at achieving net zero emission by 2060 or earlier. The government is continuously striving to find pathways through technology development and investment through collaboration with the finance sectors. In this regard, the establishment of energy transition mechanism or ETM is required. This mechanism will align with National Energy Development Plan and enhance NDC, aiming to gradually transition large-scale and high-carbon power generation to renewable energy sources. Recently, Indonesia has extensively implemented solar power plant in the Cirata Reservoir with a current capacity of 190 megawatts peak. I think this is one of the largest floating solar panels in the world and plans to be expanded to reach 500 megawatts peak. Distinguished guests, speakers, and ladies and gentlemen, embarking on just energy transition is not a walk in the park. It's a dynamic journey that goes beyond merely flipping switch. Picture this: a transformative energy shift, not only fostering eco-friendly practices, but also laying the groundwork for sustainable development. Now, to make this a vision reality, we need more than just good intention. The magic lies in collaboration, where institutions join forces and exchange their knowledge and resources. This collaborative spirit empowers us to tackle future challenges head on, turning hurdles into stepping stones toward a successful energy transition. With this in, I conclude my remark and I thank you very much for your kind attention and good evening to all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vice Minister, for your powerful commitments for just the transition in Indonesia. So then let me take a time for 1 or 2 minutes for a photo session for the speakers. Speakers, please, join there on the background. Thank you. Sorry. Yes. Okay. So let's go to the panel discussion. Today, first of all, we'd like to introduce, panelists, distinguished guests. First, yes, from this side, yeah, Mr. Koji Mitomori, who is the Director, Office of Sustainability Management of Japan International Cooperation Agencies. Thank you very much for joining. The next is Dr. Fatima Denton, who is the Director of UNU Institute for Natural Resources in Africa, UNU INDA, and also Vice Chair of IPCC Working Group 2 in the second assessment cycle. Then the next person is Dr. Filippo Sano, who is a Center Director, Stockholm Environmental Institute Africa, and also UNU IS Board. Thank you for joining. And also, Dr. Eric Bondu, who is joining us online. Thank you very much. Who is Strategy Director at Fair Trade Advocacy Office, Adjunct Professor at Bologna and French universities, and former head of unit at the European Economic and Social Committee of the United Union, European Union. Thank you very much. Okay, so first, let me thank you very much. Can you hear my voice? Okay.
Very well. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank
part of the discussion. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining. So let me start as summary on the update of the Think 7, okay, Think 7 summit, and as well as the Synergy conference. Next, okay. Yeah, first, as mentioned, today's event aim at following up outcomes of Think 7 Summit Japan 2023, which will take place in Tokyo on April this year. At the Think 7 is it's associated activity of Think 7 Summit. Yes, sorry, G7 Summit Hiroshima on the topic of academic matters. Then also a global climate and SDG synergy conferences. This is an initiative led by UN DESA. Thank you very much for allowing us to have an event, and also UNFCCC Secretariat. Since UNUIS had an opportunity engaged in the third global conference, and then as a follow-up process, it was the fourth conference was held in New York and this year. So then we will. There's a common issue is the trade-off and synergy on the climate action and SDGs. So we want to develop this kind of issues. And so this is key policy recommendations issued at our task team focused on environmental sustainability under the Think 7. There are 7 recommendations ranging from universal access to carbon neutral energy systems and promote sustainable food systems and biodiversity conservation. And there are a lot of other key recommendations, including promote social protection, financing for just transition, and to enhance measurement of just transition and well-being, and enhance partnership and capacity building and education. But today, we want to focus on the most important matters. One is energy transition and sustainable food system. Then also, I think our colleagues, Takada-san's DESA is coming, who promoted the Synergy Conference. But the fourth Global Climate Synergy Conference was held in New York during the high-level week this year. Then, gathering 4,000 online viewers in addition to an on-site participants. As I believe there was a discussion on the progress and approaches for delivering jointly on climate action and sustainable development to transition to just, equitable, and climate-compatible pathways. Then from UNU's, our IS director, Yamaguchi, participated as a session as an expert. Then, so let me point out some challenges pointed out at the Think 7 issue paper. First, the most important thing is that we understand that there's slow progress to achieve the SDGs and Paris Agreement due to various global crises, including COVID and Russian invasion. And in terms of decarbonized actions, we acknowledge even some G7 countries have not implemented key recommendations, such as eliminating fossil fuel subsidies. And also financial matters commitment have not yet been fully delivered. There's issues. And also the second point is the issue on the social matters during the course of promotion of just energy transitions. For example, that can increase vulnerabilities and inequalities, and there's increased risks, economic displacement, especially unemployment in the fossil fuel industry and other sustainable industries. So this point, I want to ask, a couple of speakers to follow up on this matter. Then the third one is another issue on the trade-off between climate change and biodiversity. So these pointed in the our policy brief delivered at the Think 7. Then I want to highlight some emergent issues on the energy transition. This is critical minerals matters. So we understand there's issue on the matter of critical minerals. They are causing socioeconomic, environmental, and supply security implications, given their unequal distributions and the reliance on international supplies. Yeah, for example, DRC and Australia possesses 70% of cobalt and 50% of lithium. And China, he's a top producer of 18 specific critical minerals and over 60% of global renewable energy production. And there are higher political risks due to state-led non-market interventions that causes trade issues. And that causes increased price. And that have become a bottleneck for deployment of clean energies. And that also causes pollutions on water pollution and also leading to loss of biodiversity. And that is compete with water used for agriculture. And also there are lack of governance and capacity to enforce environmental and labor regulation. This is a typical issues on the trade-off between climate actions and sustainable developing goals. And the next, key matters on the synergy and trade-off is a food system. As you know, the food is essentially supports human survival and well-being and serves as one of the largest drivers of global environment crisis. And the challenges in the food system interlinked with agriculture, food value chain, diets, health, and ecosystem functioning, they cannot be addressed without concerted and coordinated efforts. So this is our assessment on the recent assessment on the food issues from the context of climate change mitigation perspectives. Then these relevant emission in 3 countries: Japan, USA, Brazil. Then this shows the breakdown by each stages from the production to the life of end of life. Then you can see that, for example, Japan, who heavily dependent on the import of the food products, and most greenhouse gas emission in the food comes from post-production. Including transportation, and also consumption and packaging and waste and others. And USA is big emitters in the food and more than 2,000 billion green tons of greenhouse gases per year. But the majority of emission comes from the post production. So and many so imported from foods for Japan comes from other production countries, but there are lots of emissions happened in such a exported country like Brazil. So, but on the other hand, we acknowledge that such an information not written in documents like NDC's biannual reports submitted to UNFCCC. So there's a lack of transparency, and also there's a lack of uncertainty. There's a huge range on, for example, 23% or 42% are from food sector, but there's big uncertainty according to the IPCC. So therefore need to enhance action for reducing carbon footprint, protecting biodiversity in the food supply chain through dietary shifts and reducing food loss and the food waste at national and local levels. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So now I want to ask each speaker on talk about various issues from your expertise. So first of all, I'd like to invite Fatima. Can you introduce? You have I know you're expert on the energy matters, particularly in Africa. Floor is yours. I give you 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. So some of the findings you had on your slides are not radically dissimilar to some of our situation in Africa. But I will start off by making at least 2 or 3 statements first. The first one is that the energy transition is evolving, and it's evolving very rapidly. I think there is a sense sometimes that Africa is almost like an observer to the transition. That's not our experience, because there's a lot of involvement in Africa in terms of moving closely to energy resilient systems. And that is quite obvious in terms of a different number of government design policies in different parts of Africa, whether this is related to the scaling up or expansion of renewable energy, or whether it's related to a strategy towards green minerals. But there is definitely a sense that Africa is very much involved in shaping a new energy transition. So that's a first point. I think I've often said that the transition is also moving at multiple scales. And because it's moving at multiple scales, it's also important to basically see the different challenges that Africa faces within this sort of multi-scalar approach of the transition. In our case, much of what we've done in the past 4 years to now has been really looking at the impacts of the rapid energy transition and what that would mean for Africa. So we went very closely to we did examine the whole issue of stranded assets. Because 4 years ago, when we started that work, we realized that much of what we had seen in the literature on stranded asset did not talk enough about Africa. They had some established countries that are already very rich in hydrocarbon resources, like your Nigeria, Libya, Angola, but that was it. So we went on an investigation exercise to understand how stranded asset was going to impact on countries. We came up with several findings. The first one is that stranded assets is already happening. But the definition of stranded asset in terms of the evolving social norms, the fact that climate change is in itself a big problem, the issues of monetization and the fact that we're seeing a sharp decline in these resources, that would mean that they become unburnable. Those were not the definitions of most of the policymakers we were speaking to. They acknowledged that stranded assets was already happening, but some of the reasons were not related to climate change. They were not related to some of the standard definition of stranded assets. They talk more in terms of poor planning. For instance, there are countries that are very well endowed in natural gas in Africa, and they're underutilizing their natural gas supplies and reserves, mainly because of the planning. Ghana has huge endowment in natural gas, but at the same time, the demand in Ghana for natural gas is quite low. They talked also about security problems. If you followed what's happening in Niger recently, but even before that, there are governance and security problems to the extent that some of the uranium that Niger has cannot be exploited, especially in the northern part, due to the northern part that it shares with Burkina Faso. So some of that exploitation cannot be done. So those resources have also become stranded. Some of the resources are becoming stranded in other parts of Africa. For instance, the mining companies are very much linked to the banking sector. And so when there is a decrease in terms of the prices, it affects also the banks, and it also has an impact on the currency. So there is a currency depreciation. So these were the findings related to these countries, and basically for them it wasn't a case of the standard type of stranding. But I want to move on to two very quick points. The first one is to say that for many countries in Africa, they found it extremely difficult to lose out on huge amount of fossil fuel revenue because these are export-driven countries, export-driven economies. So if you take a country like Nigeria and even Angola, you know, these resources constitute huge amounts of GDP per capita. And also, you know, it's almost 90% of their export revenue. So how do you lose out on those kind of big revenues? So many countries were basically saying that this is not something that they're likely to leave, um, um, you know, to not manage. But they also did not quite agree with the notion of stranding. They didn't see these market-related stranding. They saw stranding as more of an energy sovereignty issue. Their resources will only become stranded if they were not able to exercise their energy sovereignty over those resources. So, in addition to loss of revenue, there are so many other sectors that we're going to impact. The stranded assets we're going to impact. You know, I mentioned the banking sector, but there is also social protection. The very fact that countries like Ghana were using the resources to sponsor senior high school education. They were also using the resources to feed some children in those schools. And it meant that some of the social protection cover that government had already agreed to as part of a party political commitment were not going to be fulfilled. And these were electoral promises that were made. So, in many ways, they felt that that stranded would affect also education. So, I don't want to take too much time, but I basically just want to say the new reality. We have a new paper coming on the economic implications of stranded assets, and that paper goes into further details. I'll just leave you with one last point, and is the fact that many countries in Africa were actually looking at fossil fuels such as natural gas as a transitional fuel because they felt that the proceeds from natural gas will give them a buffer so that they can do more climate action, they can decarbonize their energy systems, etc. So now, because of the fact that you know, natural gas is basically seen as a fossil fuel, although European countries are going towards that, there was a sense that this would be problematic. But there are a lot of new findings in the report that is coming out, particularly related to the fact that African basins are not very competitive. The cost of doing business is very expensive. And therefore, they might, many countries would look towards low carbon intensive basins than rather to Africa in terms of energy resources.
Yes. Thank you very much, Fatima. It's a very, very important and heavy issues on the economic and social implications during the course of energy transition in Africa. Thank you. So then I'd like to ask, Mitomori-san to talk about your JICA and promoting international cooperation in climate change areas. And also your very strong lesson in cooperation in Asian countries. Maybe I think you can provide your knowledge on the issue. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Again, my name is Mitomori, working for JICA and Sustainability Management Office, taking care of the climate change. I'm very, very happy to know UNU implement the study and they also lead the discussion of the synergy and trade-offs of the climate change and SDGs. Coincidentally, JICA also have similar study internally started last year, and since we believe that is the very much fit to the situation or reality of our partner countries for especially energy transition or transition. And the JICA have the 2021, we have published our climate strategy called the global agenda, and we put two pillars. One is the Paris Agreement implementation, promotion of Paris Agreement implementation. That is especially capacity building promotion, and the other is the co-benefit climate change approach, and that is the pursue both the climate measures and at the same time development solving the development issues. And then we came to the challenges. What happens is trade-offs. We should minimize trade-offs of the conflicting two issues, and at the same time, we need to consider maximize the synergies. And then we had series of discussion internally, and we defined this co-benefit approach. And in short, we pursued maximize synergy, both climate change and solving development issues, and try to minimize synergies. And at the same time, try to fully consider biodiversity. So that is very, very challenging. But in the during that our internal discussion, we had a series of discussion with the thematic department of Saint Church. Since what is the trade-offs? What is synergies? Quite big concept. And in JICA, we especially we focused on our JICA's point of view, our cooperation point of view, try to figure out what is the trade-offs and what synergies. And we made a matrix of the our climate change action and the SDGs goals. So in the later I will share, but we just shared our policy brief on that theme, and you can see that. And yes, and the other part is that in the co-benefit approach, that is we target not only mitigation and both adaptation. So mitigation includes the transport sector, energy, forestry, and the mitigation includes the disaster risk reduction, agriculture, or water or urban sectors. So those things is the I want to say, and the yes, and the for in the one more thing I want to mention is that since the SDGs goal target is the 2030, and the only 6 years left. So we JICA thinks we need to see, of course, we need to pursue both Paris Agreement and the SDG goals, but we should consider beyond. And the we are very much highly look on the climate resilient development stated in IPCC report. And the we believe that is our ultimate goal. And the through our co-benefit approach to support climate issues and the continuous support, then try to achieve both SDGs, Paris Agreement, and ultimately climate resilient development. That is the what we think at this moment. Yes. So yeah, let me stop here. And the yeah, I'm very happy to discuss that. Like we are very similar direction. And
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Morrison, for introducing your JICA's efforts to how to enhance the synergy between climate action and SDGs through the co-benefit project. Okay, so then go to the discussion amounts and food system and agriculture. So now I'd like to invite Dr. Filippo Sano. So I know you're an expert on agriculture and climate change and all these kind of issues. So I hope that you could provide your views on the matter. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Tomoto. I think I'll maybe say about four things, just in terms of understanding how the agriculture system and the food system is helping the issue of balancing between synergies and trade-off. And if you allow me, of course, I'll speak to Africa, which is the place I work a lot with. Number one, of course, it's the concern that if you look across over the world, what we see in Africa is that both production and productivity are the lowest. And that's for many reasons. But I think the key thing is a lot of food production in Africa, large part of it is rain-fed, is based on rainfalls. The very low levels of irrigation. That means that with climate change, you're seeing a lot of variability in weather that's affecting farmers because the normal planting season is not as predictable as they used to be. And we're seeing that happening more and more. We are seeing a lot of drought happening, particularly if you look at our livestock system. In the 50s to 60s, you had a drought, a major drought, maybe once every decade. From the 2000, you have about 3 or 4 major droughts in a decade. So we see livestock farmers are not able to recover because of much more frequent droughts. You have large losses of livestock and they can't recover their herds. So that's something that is a challenge. In terms of the continental strategy for agriculture, we've had a 10-year plan between 2015 and 2025. And within that plan, we had goals for increasing resilience in the agricultural system, particularly the productive system. So irrigation becomes very important. And the synergy with SDG, that means you have to think about how you manage your water system. So you have to think about SDG 6. Number two is also that the seeds, for example, the genomes that we use need to be improved with technology so that they can be more resilient to different shocks, including drought. So that means technology becomes very important. So that's the first point, I think, in terms of looking at it. The second point, which I think would be very interesting, is also the fact that this is actually, I think it's more something not just in Africa, but we have a lot of food waste and food loss. Studies we have in Africa actually show that between 40 and 45% of the produce from the farm is lost at the post-harvest level. So that means, of course, that we need to invest in technologies that increase the shelf life of food, but to do that, you need energy. So it goes back to what Fatima was talking about. Where do we get energy for cooling systems? We need sort of like these cooling systems to be able to keep food and increase the shelf life and reduce it. It also goes to the fact about SDG 17 about partnership. Unfortunately, most of the technologies that you find that you might need for this kind of things, technologies that are also patented, they're costly. So we need to find ways of making them available. And then number three, again, is something that I think the Vice Minister for Indonesia talked about it. In countries that are largely, that still also have, high amount of forests, or high amount of natural, grasslands and so on, we see that agricultural expansion or agricultural production is actually not happening because of intensification. So you have less increase in production per unit area. Rather, what you have is extensification. So you have more production because you're bringing more area of land under crop production or under livestock production. And this, of course, then it affects sort of uh, uh, emission of greenhouse gases. Because if you look, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, many of the countries, if you look at their NDCs, you'd find that the largest share of emissions actually is between 20 to about 40 for different kind of countries are coming from agricultural land use change, the follow sector. So again, that means, of course, you have to address agriculture for you to meet the SDG goal 3, for example, in terms of food security. But that would also include, unless you do that, you have to do that to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And I wanted to bring an element which is also very important but quite forgotten, is also that there's also equity issues. And I speak a lot to the livestock system because currently in the agriculture and climate change debate, we see a lot of focus on, for example, methane emission, because we know from the IPCC report that, the world cannot meet the 1.5 degree target without really focusing on short-lived climate pollutants, and methane is one of those ones. And because of different factors, livestock action on the livestock sector to reduce methane has become very important. But quite unfortunately, I think we have very little studies around livestock system in what we call extensive system, like the pastoral systems in Africa and Asia and Central Asia. And so some of the solutions that we are seeing are not necessarily solutions that speak to the social context of those countries, like reducing livestock numbers and so on. It currently misses the whole point about the social cultural dynamics of this kind of production systems, and also the fact that the emission factors that we use are actually not based on studies, localized studies. So I think that's something that calls toward investment in those.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so there are a lot of issues: productivity, irrigation technology, food loss, and emission from agriculture and others. Yeah, it's very issues, not only energy but agriculture issue. Yeah, very informative. Now, yeah, so I'd like to introduce Takada-san, Dr. Minoru Takada, who is from DESA, who is leading the climate change SDG synergy conference processes. Sorry. So after inviting Dr. Eric to introduce their actions in EU on the food policy, then I will invite you, Takada-san, for the update of a synergy conference. Okay, thank you, Eric, for joining us. So I was pretty much impressed by your, presentation at the Sophia's UN Week event on the matter of EU policy on to address the food matters. So now, yeah, I'd like to give a floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Takemoto Sensei, and thank you very much to all of you for the invitation. Let me perhaps show you a few slides.
Sí.
Basically progress. There are many links. The previous speaker said about synergies and trade-off. There are many synergies and trade-offs that we can bring together this quick transition strategy into the wider pot, which is the toolbox that is represented. So there can be, can you see the next slide? It doesn't seem so. There seem to be. Reduction that each sector of the EU now until 2050. You can see that the agricultural sector here, sector as well as the power sector. If you the first sector say is not represented, this sector is represented. Many of the organization processes strategies of the other decarbonization process of other sectors of the economy. The food sector cannot be decarbonized in itself, independently from the rest. Moving now to the so-called farm to fork strategy, as I said.
Could you finish your presentation in a minute? Yeah, sorry, so far it's very great information.
I'm just finishing now with this slide to tell you that fourth objective, the three pillars of the sustainable development. You see here on this slide are relatively straightforward. Availability of food is farm to fork strategy. Can we do this while generating enough revenues for the prime producers? So in the rest of the world, the prime producers are facing unfair trading practices by the dominant actors, the overall food supply chain. This is the main challenge that the folk strategy is to address. Ultimately, what the EU wants to achieve is that the most sustainable food will become the most affordable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eric, here for very informative information. I hope that you'll stay on for 15 minutes to finish. Thank you very much. Now, thank you very much for Kada-san for joining us during a pretty much busy schedule. Now, I'd like to give the floor to you. Please share the follow-up activity of a Synergy conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the inviting me to come here. So on the synergies, obviously, there are so many synergies that we can discuss on talking about it. In my sort of participation in the last 15 years of the university conference, the success of conference of the party each time is very much correlated to the quality of food and drink that you can get in the green zone and blue zone. So I am hoping that day by day, this sort of talk is going to deliver on that note better and better. Today I saw a sign that when I was walking the street, there's an ice cream, which I haven't seen it in many other COPs. I think that I am hoping better on those things. So Synergy conference back about 5 years ago when we saw that, wow, the climate processes on one hand, SDG processes on the other hand. So we got to do a better job in terms of processes also. So UNFCCC Secretariat and the DESA, which sort of holds the secretariat function for the annual SDG review process called High Level Political Forum in New York, come together to say, well, how can we actually deliver on the ground better together? So that was the beginning. 2019, and then the last year, 2020, we had it in Tokyo immediately after the COVID process, thanks to you, the UNU to host it. And that was a sort of the great place also to have, youth represented for the first time. They're bringing their voices. This year, we had the fourth conference on climate SDG synergies as part of the special event of the High Level Political Forum in New York. Despite that, it was a very rainy day on Sunday. We had quite a turnaround at the ministerial level as well. Over 400 people came in. And I sense it's very clear that we do have significant evidence that if we do it together, you can get the better benefits. And then for the first time this year, we asked a group of experts to come up with the first global report on climate SDG synergies, and which was launched in the margin of SDG Summit in New York this year. And they meticulously documented evidence after evidence, which actually surprised us. But still, I think for the purpose of informing global policy making processes, as well as for the purpose of supporting the national policymakers on the ground, so they'll be able to reflect what Derek just explained to make sure those become the established platform for policymaking processes. We probably need a little more evidence, actually. So next 2 years, what we want to do is to gather more solid evidence. This is where I think scientific community, research community is going to be helpful. So we count on you from the UNU experts to be able to support that. If we can do that, then I think we'll be able to have more solid, ears of the politicians, and then also relevance of, investors' minds to be able to support these energetic actions to be really sort of moving forward. Next year, we are going to have the fifth conference, very likely in a developing countries context. I shouldn't announce it because I need to leave the space for that country to announce it. So I will refrain from doing that today. But this is going to happen most likely third quarter of next year. So please stay tuned and you will be all invited to come. But the important part is that, next 1 year to 2 years, as we try to cement, last part of the, final stretch of the SDGs, we want to make sure this becomes part of the conversations. and start thinking about building on those sort of evidences. What can we do toward 2030 to finish off the SDG agenda, but also beyond the SDG as we talk about net zero, more sustainable society moving forward, but with justice, equity at the central part of it. I think this COP is showing that sort of struggle. I'm sure we are going to see a lot more struggle to come. Africans should voice more, definitely on those things. But I think we also need to provide solutions. And this is where I think practical, all the experts' experiences are going to be enormously helpful. So that's our plan. So I think we are going to be strengthening it. I can see that a few days from now, there will be a politicians actually gathering here in this pavilion to actually talk about bring synergies to the political circle. And then we are watching to see how they're going to be able to help on this sort of processes moving forward. But I think evidence is going to be even more important. So look forward to having more cooperation with, you and other experts. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your great update. Okay, yeah. So as the UN Institute has a mission to promote scientific work as well as education capacity building. So I'm pretty much happy to continue our engagement to your synergy conference process. Thank you. Then, sorry, we have a few minutes to close, but finally, so building on the presentation by Takada-san, want to ask each panelist to speak briefly about your, hope for, to enhance the scientific evidence, education, capacity building on that kind of matters for as a last remark. So first, I'd like to invite Mitomori-san on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much again. And the yes, as discussed, as a JICA is the implementing the international cooperation or the like a more close to the field activities and the both development agency even internally we need to persuade climate projects or to implement those projects even climate change is a top priority but internal competition. So as to synergy, I think yes, monetize or the numerical indicators or analysis that is very much necessary. Even within JICA, we believe that. So that like a UNU could lead that sort of thing is very much helpful for even for us in the developing countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next, Fatima, please give me a 1 minute commitment from your side. Please.
More preparation, more research, more. I think UNU is well poised for that kind of evidence-based research. When I look at African countries, in as much as they need to prepare for a low carbon resilient future, that preparation will also come with a better understanding of what they might do to leverage the energy potential they have. There are significant opportunities in scaling up, in trade opportunities as well, how they could trade between themselves, significant opportunities in the green minerals that you talked about. What might they do with those green minerals and how they could avoid some of the mistakes of the past? But that cannot happen if they're not prepared, and it cannot happen if they don't have evidence base to really help countries in terms of their knowledge infrastructure. So we're knowledge-based economies, and I think more knowledge and more scientific evidence is needed.
Thank you. And Philip?
Yeah, not anything different from Dr. Fatima. I think so. We had the Africa Climate Summit in September, and we had the opportunity to get some of the scientists and really agreed the fact that when you looked at the two things, one, when you looked at the IPCC report, the sixth assessment report, there's a lot of data gaps when it came to Africa, and we said, can we do something proactively to sort of start filling up the evidence that's missing? So that's important. But number two, also, I wanted to just emphasize that in some countries, particularly in Africa, a lot more attention to the younger generation because I think we are not giving them enough support in the different, both within government and in policy, but also in the scientific community. Yeah.
Thank you. And lastly, Eric.
Thank you. There just insist on the need to have equity and justice embedded in the policies. The Open Green Deal does a lot for the justice of the EU, but not the EU lifestyle. For your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining for today's discussion. So now we'd like to close today's session. And lastly, so please give a big hand to panelists. Thank you.